We are now live. Sound check. Public Works Committee meeting for Wednesday, July 6, 2022. Sound check.
And Councillor Vanderbeek.
We do have quorum, so I'd like to call this Public Works Committee for July 6th to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website, that the presentations and reports considered at this meeting are available on the city's website, and members of the public can contact the clerk's office to acquire documents in an alternate format. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. Members are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or to make comments. Elsie McIntosh, are any changes to the agenda for today?
Madam Chair, the following changes were made to the agenda. Item 5, Communications. 5.1, Correspondence from Environment Hamilton respecting the Complete Streets Design Manual, PED 2102A and PW 21002A, Citywide Outstanding Business item. The recommendation is to be received and referred to item 8.1. Correspondence item number 5.2 from Gabriel Nicholson respecting the Complete Streets Design Manual. The recommendation is to be received and referred to item 8.1. We have delegation requests. Item 6.1 from Susan Creer respecting item 8.1 Complete Streets Design Manual, and that's for today's meeting. Delegation request 6.2 respecting item 10.3 Highway 52 at Powerline Road West roundabout implementation plan for today's meeting. We have A, David Jones Turn-On Powerline, B, Ben Lowith, and C, Penny Santa Barbara. However, her delegation request was withdrawn. We had delegation requests respecting item 12.60, watering of groundwater from the Roxborough Mixed Income 10-year demonstration project to the city's wastewater collection system for today's meeting, from Sergio Manchia, Ralph DiCenzo, Scott Lewin, David Horwood, and Nick Carnicelli, and that delegation request was withdrawn. We have item number 9, public hearings, delegations, the proposed permanent closure of a portion of 390 Melvin Avenue, report number PW 22055, Ward 4 for today's meeting. We have one registered speaker, Laura Taylor. We have the addition of several notices of motion. Item 12.1, Eleanor Park Playground Improvements, 80 Presidio Drive in Hamilton, Ward 6. Item 12.2, contribution to the commemorative park bench and tree program in honor of Aristo Grandoni, Ward 3. Item 12.3, safety enhancements on Wentworth Street North in proximity to Kathy Weber Elementary School, Ward 3. Item 12.4, the addition of clear acrylic blackboards for the multi-use courts at Montgomery Park, 1570 Main Street East, Hamilton, Ward 4. Item 12.5, First Road West and Isaac Brock Drive roadway safety enhancements and traffic calming measures, Ward 9. And finally, item 12.6, dewatering of groundwater from the Roxborough Mixed Income 10-year demonstration project to the city's wastewater collection system.
Thank you so much. May I please have a mover and seconder to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Pauls. Any discussion on the amended agenda? Seeing none, electronic vote. Thumbs up with Councillor Powers, thank you. And that carries, thank you. On to declarations of interest. Any declarations, colleagues? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 4, which is approval of the minutes of the previous meeting for June 13th. May I please have a mover and seconder? Moved by Councillor Powers, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, it's before you electronically. Thumbs up by Councillor Powers, thank you. And that carries. On to communication items. To be received, or do we, no, they've all both been referred. My apologies. So moving on to delegation requests, item 6. 6.1 is Susan Career respecting item 8.1, Complete Streets Design Manual. 6.2 is the delegation request respecting item 10.3 as listed. May I please have a mover and seconder to approve the delegation request for today's meeting? Moved by Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Vanderbeek. Thank you both. And it is up for electronic vote. Thumbs up by Councillor Powers. Thank you. And that carries. Moving on to consent items. First up is 7.1, 2021 Annual Energy Report, PW 21049A. May I please have a mover and seconder to receive this item? Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Marula. Any discussion on this consent item? Councillor Ferguson is indicated. Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. I just got to toggle over to the right page. It's page 5 on the report. I just got to get toggled to it. Yeah, on page 5, it says that the corporate greenhouse gas emissions inventory in 2020 reduction of 51% from base year. I asked the same question because there's our target is to be at a 50% reduction in greenhouse gases from the base year by 2030. And when I asked the question a couple of weeks ago, I was told we're currently at 45%. This says we're at 51%. Is this new information?
Thank you. Who from the staff team will be responding?
Through the chair, Rome D'Angelo, Director of Energy Fleet and Facilities. I'm going to refer that question over to Tom Chessman, and he'll provide that response.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rome.
Thank you, Rome. And through the chair to the councillor, it's Tom Chessman, Manager of Energy Initiatives. Yeah, I thought I would give some background on that, councillor. I do recall you asking that question at the GIC meeting on June the 1st. And certainly great question. And this is new information. So for the corporate assets and operations that are defined in this report, we have just barely, but we have met our 2030 target. And I will note a couple of really key aspects to this data. First of all, the GHG data is a year behind. So it reflects 2020's GHGs, and it has to do with reporting and the provincial timing and whatnot. So unfortunately, we can only present 2020 data. But the good news, as you point out, is that we have hit our 2030 target. The other news is that this was part of the COVID story. Our buildings and operations have been using less energy, and as a result, fewer emissions for that 2020 period. And with the knowledge and the other information that's indicated in the report, we do know that in 2021, the energy use has also increased slightly over 2020. So we do expect our emissions to actually go up a little bit when we do formally report this next year. We don't have that data right now, but one would suspect it does follow our energy, and in particular natural gas usage for the city's corporate assets, which is what this is reflecting. So it's good news, absolutely, but it comes with an asterisk, if I could be cheeky and put it that way, that we will see this go up and down based on the energy use for our corporate buildings and assets and operations going forward. So I'm pretty excited about it. I think it's great, but we have a lot more work to do to continue to towards our pathway to net zero.
Thank you, Councillor.
So that's great, Tom. And so if it's 2020 numbers and we still haven't included the greenhouse gas reductions that we're going to have by electrifying our fleet. Is that correct? So that should improve it further, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. We have a number of initiatives, and if I could take a couple minutes, I wouldn't mind talking about some of the other KPIs that are on that page. But to answer your question, through the Green Fleet strategy that was recently endorsed last year, it absolutely will have a positive impact on our emissions. Absolutely.
Okay, because Environment Hamilton is always critical when they come up to the microphone about what we're doing for greenhouse gas. And they seem very reluctant to give an attaboy on this one. But I'll do it. I think this is great. This is 10 years ahead of schedule then. We've hit the 50% reduction in greenhouse taxes with our gases with our own facilities. And that's a big home run in my view to get it done that soon. And hopefully all the critics that we regularly hear come to the podium can recognize that our energy fleet and facility staff have done a great job in reducing our greenhouse gases to get to that 2030 target in 2020. And that's a big one. So congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Would you like to hear those KPIs that Manager Chessman mentioned?
Sure, but I don't want to, I hope the rest of the committee is okay with hearing that, the other KPIs, that'd be great.
If you could do that in a quick overview, Manager, we would appreciate it.
Thank you. I will definitely do my best. So through the chair to the entire committee. Certainly, that's great news about the emissions. In terms of the other data, the other kind of key KPI that we track that is all part of the corporate energy and sustainability policy is energy intensity. And this references energy use per square foot in buildings in our built space, if you will. And the target for 2030 is 45%. And as you can see, we're at 34%. So we're doing pretty good there as well. And we want to keep an eye on all of these KPIs and make sure that we report these on an annual basis going forward. Again, we definitely have this momentum and progress on the corporate side. And in terms of the other energy projects that we're doing and the billing recoveries and the other KPIs that are reflected on page 5 of that report, they also reflect great news. Just because you wanted me to be quick, I definitely can't sign off yet without speaking to the community energy and emissions plan that was brought forward to you on June the 1st through Planning and ECDEV. And energy played a key contributing role to the development of that study and that report. And as you may recall, it speaks to the community-wide emissions and energy use, so beyond our corporate assets. And the key strategies there to lower our emissions and get on our pathway to net zero need to address industry, buildings, how we move, renewables, and growing green. And one of the key ways that we're going to be able to do that is to respond to one of the items that was an action item brought forward in that meeting, and that is to form the climate office. I would suggest that there's been some fragmentation in terms of different people in the city doing different things, and alignment of staff, expertise, funding, and reporting will definitely have a positive outcome, but we definitely need to stay focused and prioritize our actions. Public Works still has over 90% of the emissions to get us to our pathway to net zero, but the energy team is working with all the key groups, transit, water, fleet, and obviously Rome's team and corporate buildings have always been a great ally in moving this forward. So we're developing the pathway to net zero strategies for these different portfolios. They're at different stages of development, and that knowledge and expertise and information spills over directly to the community programs and the climate change goals that I mentioned earlier. So without straying too far, certainly by establishing a climate office, we'll have less fragmentation on the corporate and community energy and climate programs, and we'll ideally have a focused team that is action-oriented and certainly critical, in my opinion, to our success and only appropriate for corporate support and the community meeting its goals.
Well, thanks for
Vote
that.
for me. I feel like it's an election season. Vote for me.
Thank you.
Everybody else is saying that on the screen, but thank you for that. One other question that on the other KPIs, you have a 1% increase in fuels. Is that because we added 10 more buses in 2020 to our fleet?
And that'll be your last question, Councillor Ferguson. Go ahead.
Through the chair to the councillor, I believe 2019, over 2020, I think we had, again, COVID played a big role in that. And I can't say specifically right here and now as to what was the specific cause, but we are certainly seeing diesel buses being replaced by natural gas buses. So we will see diesel consumption go down going forward because of the no more diesel buses mandate that was put forward. So we're certainly going to see some improvements going forward on that as the CNG buses are coming in. I know they're a little bit, they are coming in different stages, and transit would be better suited to give you timelines on that sort of thing. But I'm sorry I don't have a specific answer for you on the why.
Okay, and I know it's a team effort, so congratulations to the whole Energy Fleet and Facilities team. I know, Tom, you play a leadership role in that, but so does the director and so do other directors and other managers. So thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor. So it's been duly moved and seconded, and it's before committee for electronic receipt. Thumbs up by Councillor Powers. Thank you, and that carries. Moving on to 7.2, Sewer Use Bylaw Program 2021 Annual Report, PW 22051. May I please have a mover and seconder to receive this consent item? Moved by Councillor Councillor Vanderbeek, thank you. Second by Councillor Farr. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, we'll move forward for receipt. Thumbs up by Councillor Powers, thank you.
Councillor Ferguson, are you able to vote?
The vote hasn't come up on my screen yet, so I'll give you a thumbs up.
Okay, thank you.
Great. And that carries. Thank you. Next up is 7.3, 2021 Wastewater Quality Management System Annual Summary Report, PW 22052. Please have a mover and seconder for this item. Moved by Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Any discussion on the annual report? Seeing none, it's before committee for receipt. And thumbs up from Councillor Powers, thank you. And that carries, thank you. Item 7.4, in-service road safety review of the intersection of Barton and Wellington Street, PW 22054. Moved by Councillor Marula, seconded by myself. I do want to be able to speak to this one, so if I could turn the chair over to Vice Chair Powers, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Over to you.
Thank you. First of all, just a big thanks to Director Field and team and the consultants for the detailed turnaround on the safety audit requested by myself in November and seconded by Councillor Farr. This process sometimes gets some negative scrutiny in the community as being a delay tactic, and I wanted to take a minute to share the value of this approach. The ultimate intent of the motion that was brought forward was to ensure such a tragedy as that which led to Mr. D'Souza's death never occurs again in this intersection between Barton and Wellington. And the technical assessment and the resulting recommendations aim to do exactly that within the city scope. So if I could, through you, Vice Chair, to Director Field, if you could please outline what constitutes a safety audit and why does it take 6 to 8 months before we get a report back to committee?
Director Field.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mike Field, Acting Director of Transportation Operations and Maintenance. A roadway safety audit is a detailed engineering-based review of an intersection, road segment, or both that examines operations, the built environment, and human factors. Involves conducting site visits to look at existing conditions, observe road user use, and examine data such as collision history. The purpose of the audit is to identify measures which could enhance public safety for all road users. The length of time needed to conduct an audit is determined by a number of factors, including how large and complex the study area is, the time of year that site visits can be conducted, and the process of engaging external or internal resources such as roadway safety consultants and reviewing the findings and form recommendations.
Thank you. So comprehensive, data-based, based on engineering assessment, time of year, size of area of scope, as well as bringing on expert consultants to be able to carry out the scope of the assessment. So I just wanted to, if I could, through you, Vice Chair, just really underscore those pieces, because sometimes in the community, when we do have a tragedy, the expectation in the community is that we have a immediate, and I think the sense for many residents is that immediate means within 30 days. And so it's really important for public to understand that there's an obligation and a duty for us as a municipality to uphold the best standards when it comes to those technical reviews and bring forward the best possible solution. So again, thank you to the team. If I could, Director Field, could you please kindly outline the immediate measures that we'll see and what roughly is the timeline?
Thank you. Through the chair, for the short-term actions which are outlined in Appendix A of the report, it includes implementing a pedestrian leading interval for the intersection, resurfacing the eastbound lanes and southbound crosswalk, and then removing some tripping hazards that exist within the pedestrian realm, but also within the crossings themselves. Installing some reflective outlines, some very technical things, some reflective outlines of some secondary backboards of signal heads, installing advanced street name signs on eastbound and southbound approaches, and looking at examining these existing lighting levels and enhancing the lighting levels of both a roadway segment but within the intersection itself. Those short-term actions are scheduled to be completed this year, and I expect them to be done within the next few months. They're not that difficult to implement. And then there's long-term or medium-term recommendations that have to do with reconfiguring or reconstructing the intersection itself, and consideration for two-way conversion of Wellington Street, which is being deferred to the other motion that we received through the Main Street motion to look at the two-way conversion of existing one-way streets in the city, and that will be reported back in Q1 of 2023.
Thank you so much. I'll take back the chair. Those are my questions. See, Councillor Farr.
Thank you. So, Mike, you don't need approval through you. It's an information report on those short-term actions then? We're just going to put it in the work plan?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's correct. We have budget, and we don't need any direction or budget to undertake these the short-term measures. The long-term measures, since it could involve a reconstruction of the intersection or two-way conversion of Wellington itself, that would obviously require some approval of funding and possibly some direction from or approval from committee and council.
Through you, Mike, as we can see from today's agenda, but pretty much every agenda for Public Works over the last couple of years, there is a huge emphasis on traffic safety, pedestrian safety, slowing cars down, intersection work. There is no shortage of evidence on Public Works agendas where our colleagues and staff have really paid attention to this, and this is even going back as far as declaring the Vision Zero, the pedestrian mobility plan, which I will mention later in another report and try to compare and contrast to something else that's before us today. But we had TNS consulted after Councillor Nan and our motion a while ago on this one. How many consultants are out there that assist us approximately for this kind of work?
Through the chair to the councillor, we utilize the city's roster program, and we have a roster category for transportation engineering, which includes, I believe there's 8 consulting firms that are part of that roster. However, there's three consultants within that roster that have unique expertise. True North Engineering is one of the ones that has expertise in roadway safety, and there's a couple other consulting firms that have expertise in multi-mobility and pedestrian and cycling. But any of the consultants that are within that list are eligible and more than capable of undertaking these types of studies.
I ask because, and my preamble sort of spoke to it, have we ever looked at, given the significant amount of volume from motion after motion, from agenda items on traffic and pedestrian safety, contemplated, tendering out for more than one? I'm assuming if we do one-offs with all of these consultants we use, it's more expensive over time. Is there another model we can look at to bring someone in who can cover more than one file at a time? Have you ever looked at that, or am I, offside? Is it negligible?
Through the chair to the councillor, you're stealing a bit of my thunder for the annual collision report. We do have and we utilize that information within that collision report, and we are undertaking a lot more of these safety audits, and I can speak to that if you don't mind as part of the preamble to the collision report.
That's fine. And just a few quick more questions through you. Mike, do we know exactly how Mr. D'Souza died? What happened?
Through the chair to the councillor, it is still an active police investigation by Hamilton Police Services, and they haven't concluded that. So as far as the causation or the factors involved in that fatality, they are unknown to me or the city at this moment.
And since we've had approximately and very tragically 12 roughly other pedestrian deaths, do we have any finished reports on exactly what happened in all of those?
Through the chair to the councillor, I believe that the mass majority of them are still active police investigations, with the exception of a few of them. But depending on what the police needs to do and what they need to investigate, they sometimes do take some time before we find out the results of those collisions. And when they are made, or when those investigations are concluded, we do receive that information from the Hamilton Police Services, and we utilize that information to help us to review our collision data or collision performance of where those fatalities occurred, and then also helps us to inform any possible enhancements that need to be made in reaction to the results of those investigations.
So, Madam Chair, Mike just stole my thunder back. That was the point I was going to get to. Is it'd be, I think, beneficial to us because we're making multi-million-dollar decisions pretty much every meeting on pedestrian safety, and many of them, quite rightly, as elected officials, I heard Councillor Danko say on the radio yesterday, the number one priority, not only for engineers but councillors, is public safety. A lot of these decisions are made long before we ever receive the police information and reports. So, is there a way going forward? I knew that you collected that data, made important decisions with your expertise and your staff expertise based on that data, but we never really see that data as a council. May I just, a friendly suggestion going forward, maybe there's an annual report, as sad as it may appear, that we will be able to kind of bring some conclusions to exactly what happened. To my recollection, that doesn't happen. So through you, just a quick comment, and I know I heard the bell, I'm done.
No worries, and perhaps integrated into future collision reports. Go ahead.
Through the chair to the councillor, I think that is an important comment in terms of our Vision Zero action plan. I know other municipalities do openly publish the results of those investigations. We do have some basic information within our annual collision reports, but it just captures the location, the date of when those fatalities occurred. We are in the process of reviewing the Vision Zero action plan, which I'll speak to a little bit more during the collision report conversation. But I think it is important to record as much information and make as much information available to council and the public as far as what activities occurring related to safety of road users in general.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item? Councillor Pauls on the in-service safety review for the intersection of Barton and Wellington. Councillor Pauls, your microphone's not live.
I actually was just going to talk about the the latest victim in my area, but if that's not appropriate time, I'll talk about it later.
Councillor Pauls, I want to give you ample time to be able to speak to that, but perhaps within the collision report. And
Yes, that would be better.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yes.
7 point, oh, sorry, we need to vote to receive it. Thank you again. Councillor Powers, thank you. Thumbs up. And that carries. On to 7.5, Surface Water Quality Program 2021 Annual Update, PW 22058. May I please have a mover and seconder to receive? Councillor Farr, and then looking at the screen, Councillor Pauls. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll move over to receipt. Electronic vote, please. Okay, 7.5 carries. On to 7.6, addressing the need for the Certificate of Recognition Program, PW Report 22060. May I please have a mover and seconder to receive this item? Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, please vote electronically. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers, thank you. And that carried. Moving on to 7.7, the City of Hamilton Annual Collision Report 2021 Statistics and Trends. May I please have a mover and seconder to receive the consent item? Moved by Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Powers, thank you. And open for discussion. I see Councillor Ferguson, your hand is up. Those colleagues that are in WebEx, if you could please use the microphone so we can make sure our speakers list is up to date. Kicking us off, Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you. And just a question, I guess I'll put it through Mike Field. Mike, I've been hearing in news reports that we are trending up radically in our collisions, automobile collisions. And I heard again in the news this morning that a report was coming to Public Works, and I think it's coming later on. But this one is also applicable also, that we've had a significant spike in collisions. And quite frankly, I don't see it in this report. I'm looking on page 2 of 5, citywide statistics and trends. Injury collisions are down. They peaked in 2017 at 1,682, and they're down to 1,161 now. Fatal collisions are still bad. They're relatively flat around that 14 to 16. Property damage collisions are down to 5,636 from a peak of 8,413 back in 2019. And total collisions are trending down. We're at 608.13 in 2021 compared to 8,781 in the base year 2017. It peaked up at 2018 at 9,000, but now we're down to 6,818. So where is the media getting these statistics that we've had a significant spike in collisions on our roads?
Director?
Mike Field, Acting Director of Transportation Operations and Maintenance. If the chair, if you don't mind entertaining a preamble,
Please.
Because I think I can address some of Councillor.
My apologies, I missed that. You indicated very clearly that you intended to. My apologies, please do.
No worries. And I'll address some of Councillor Ferguson's questions perhaps, and we can return to them if I don't. The 2021 Annual Collision Report provides information that we as a city use to identify priority roadway safety issues. It helps us develop initiatives to improve safety and provide evidence about the effectiveness of improvements we've undertaken. This report is one of the key components of the Vision Zero Action Plan, which was approved by Council in 2019. In 2021, the COVID-19 pandemic continued to impact the way that people use the transportation network. While volumes and general travel patterns did rebound slightly last year, they were definitely not back to pre-pandemic levels. All the information that's contained within last year's collision report and this year's collision report, sorry, the 2020 and 2021, really needs to be viewed with that COVID-19 lens with respect to the way that people use the transportation network. Some high-level information from the report, or some key highlights that I'd like to point out, is that there was a 2.9% increase in total collisions and a 1.9% increase in injury collisions compared to 2019. However, fatal and injury collisions decreased by 20.6% in 2021 compared to pre-pandemic conditions in 2019. In 2021, the city experienced 173 pedestrian collisions, which is 9.9% less than 2020, despite an increase in total collisions in 2021. But despite the overall decline in the number of collisions, there were 9 fatal pedestrian collisions last year, which is the highest in the past 5 years. The number of collisions involving cyclists increased by 5.3% compared to 2020. There were not any cyclist fatalities in 2021 on roads that the city has jurisdiction over. However, there was 1 fatal collision of a cyclist on a segment of Eastport Drive that is under the purview of MTO. The collision report does point out that the city experiences 1.5% less pedestrian and 1.1% less cyclist fatalities when compared to the provincial average. Distracted driving continues to be the leading contributing factor in injury and fatal collisions in 2021. And instances of distracted driving, aggressive driving, and speeding has increased across Canada and North America during the pandemic. And the 2021 annual collision report statistics definitely show how these issues impact the safety of Hamilton's transportation network. The staff report, so the collision report is included as Appendix A of the staff report, and the staff report itself also outlines a brief summary of some of the key strategies that we've implemented to date as part of the Vision Zero action plan, and I'll just outline a few of the ones that I feel are important. We are in the process of undertaking a comprehensive review of the existing Vision Zero action plan that was approved in 2019. This review focuses on identifying the successful program elements, identifies opportunities for enhancements which would help in further enabling achieving the objectives of Vision Zero, which is 0 fatalities and 0 injuries. Recently, Council approved the installation of 10 new red light camera locations, bringing the total of number of red light cameras in the city to 42. Council also approved establishing a permanent automated speed enforcement program that includes the installation and operations of ASC cameras at various locations across the city. To Councillor Farr's question earlier, as we have undertaken video analytics of the top 10 network screened ranked intersections. So those are intersections which have the highest opportunity for safety enhancements. And those video analytics looks at near misses and complements the traditional collision analysis that looks at reactive style of post-collision information. Those video analytics examinations had a focus on vulnerable road users. We are also in the process of undertaking in-service roadway safety reviews. Barton and Wellington is one of them. And we are currently underway with undertaking 15 of them. And those are looking at the 15 top ranked intersections in the city that were identified as part of the 2020 annual collision report. We're also examining the top 5 ranked road segments that were included in the 2020 annual collision report. Those studies are going to be wrapping up in the near future, and we're going to use the information outside of, or the output of those, the same way we're going to use the information for the Barton and Wellington to look at short-term enhancements, medium-term, and long-term opportunities for safety enhancement at those ranked intersections. And the goal is to lower them far, far down on the network screening list and remove them from the, ultimately remove them from showing up in any future annual collision report. We're also in the final stage of implementing the neighborhood speed limit reduction program, which reduced the speed limit of neighborhood streets to 40 kilometers an hour and 30 kilometers an hour in school zones. Of course, the Hamilton Police Services in January 2021 implemented the traffic safety unit, and that traffic safety unit focuses on roadway safety and enforcement of traffic violations. We are continuing to develop and upgrade and refine our collision database, including expanded data availability on the city's open data portal. Along with that, we also have a Vision Zero dashboard, which we published last year, which is accessible to the public through www.hamilton.ca/Vision Zero. And on that dashboard, we publish data and progress on various road safety initiatives citywide, including an interactive collision mapping tool where people can look at where injury and fatal collisions have occurred within the breadth of data that we have, which is around just over 10 years. Of course, we have complete street reviews that are in various stages of completion for Ward 8, Ward 14, Ward 3, and Beasley neighborhood in Ward 2. Some of those initial countermeasures, particularly in Ward 8 and Ward 14, are being implemented, and Ward 3 being planned and implemented in the very near future. And of course, later today, with much excitement, with Brian Hollingsworth team, the City of Hamilton Complete Streets Guideline, which is what I consider a key component of the Vision Zero puzzle. And then finally, we also have a number of education programs that run year-round that cycle from month to month and focus on various subjects. That's perhaps a bit longer than I wanted to do, but kind of a breakdown of the annual collision report and the staff report that's in front of you.
Thank you. Appreciate the overview. Back to you, Councillor Ferguson.
Well, thanks, Mike. That was very interesting to listen to. You're making a lot of progress in making our streets safer. And of course, any fatality or any injury is unacceptable. But I think under your leadership and Brian Hollingworth, we're making a lot of progress. And it's shown in the stats. So back to my question, though. You know, the media said we're going to be seeing a report showing we've had a significant increase in fatalities and personal injury collisions and total collisions in the city. When I see in 2018 on page 5 in the matrix that we had 9,333 collisions in 2018, 9,896 in 2019. Yes, there was a reduction in 2020, but I think you're right. The pandemic had a significant impact on that. But in 2021, I think we all agreed that a lot of the people who weren't driving were now back on the streets. I know there are traffic reports showing there's all kinds of congestion is back last year. But, you know, all of them are terrible, but it's down about 30% from the pre-pandemic levels. And so where would the media get the attention that we've had a horrible increase in our collisions?
I guess the number of fatalities is 16 with a reduced number of collisions is my guess, but over to you, Director.
Through the chair to the councillor, just what you were beginning to say, this is a trend that is definitely happening across Canada and in North America in general, is that the number of collisions is down through the pandemic, but when collisions do occur, they result in injuries and fatalities more often than pre-pandemic conditions, and that has a lot to do with the factors that COVID brought to the way that people use and the psychology of the changing psychology and behavior of people through the pandemic. But I think it was important to point out that we did see an increase in pedestrian collisions last year, and that continues into this year as well, above and beyond what we're normally used to. Year in, year out, the number of pedestrian fatalities is averaging around 5. So last year was 9, and we've exceeded that last year's numbers again this year, and that is definitely not something that is in alignment with the principles of Vision Zero and what we want to have as far as those results. As Vision Zero is constructed around protecting the vulnerable road users, which are pedestrians and cyclists, but the intent of the annual collision report is to provide the statistics and performance data for the public and the media. And I think to your point, it does point out what the trends are. And prior to the pandemic occurring year over year as a municipality, we were reducing the number of definitely injury collisions. Fatal collisions remained relatively stable within that term. However, as I mentioned in my preamble, we really have to apply that COVID-19 lens to all of these statistics because the implications of COVID-19 and how they either produce or change those statistics is really something that's being studied closely within the traffic engineering world, because those things aren't completely understood at this moment. But you do see, you can draw some conclusions within the statistics as far as what implications generally the way that people have changed the way that they've traveled through the city, and how it pops up within those collision performance statistics.
But injury collisions are still down from pre-pandemic, 1,600, 1,500 down to 1,100. And so the injury collisions are down, and yeah, you could put some of that against the pandemic, but in 2020, but in 2021, people are back up. I think is the biggest problem we have with collisions, from what your research has shown, distracted driving, talking on cell phones or texting?
Through the chair to the councillor, most definitely that is the trend, and that's pointed out within the collision report that distracted driving and speeding is one of the primary contributors to injury and fatal collisions in the city, and that is a condition that's being experienced across North America during the pandemic for sure. But as far as the contributing or the human factors, that is the primary contributing factor to those types of collisions.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay.
That brings you to your time. For a second time, you can come back on. Next up,
I'll just wrap up by thanking Mike for his great work, and I'm finished.
Oh, thank you, Councillor. Sorry. Due time for recognition of staff. Absolutely. Councillor Farr.
Thank you. And I hope people appreciate, I know we do, but the expertise and the devotion and the real attention to this issue and pedestrian safety for many years now from our staff. We have hired accordingly and based on past council's commitment to this issue. And that's what I think makes it so challenging and hard for us when we see these really tragic blips that we're seeing, notwithstanding the statistics that were reviewed and the clarity that was brought from our last line of questions. But for my own clarity, through you, Chair, to Mike, those collisions, I thought I heard you say in our 2017-21 window that we're examining here today, did you say that most of the collisions were the result of distracted driving or pedestrian collisions, pedestrian-involved collisions, or collisions in general? I just want to be clear.
Through the chair to the councillor, and speaking within that 5-year term, in general, all collisions, the main contributor is driver behavior, distracted driving and speeding.
Okay, so in general. Since council sort of led the charge to enhance and create this traffic police division, and big props go to Councillor Jackson, Councillor Collins, now MP Collins, Mayor Fred as the chair of the Police Service Board, but Councillor Ferguson in the past reiteration, and others who representing council went back to the Police Service Board and brought back, after several years, the Traffic Police Division. Right now it's healthy and active with 8 full-time officers, I believe, and 21 active officers. Councillor Jackson, jump in and correct me if I'm wrong. Go ahead and jump in.
Total of 18 in the traffic safety unit. Thank you.
Total of 18 full-time. Okay, I just talked to the chief and I thought I heard 8, but it's 18. Thank you. And I think 21 at peak can be actively involved. Regardless of that, that's important to get back to what we were talking about a little earlier, Mike. So are you finding as well that's helpful for you in the collection of data that you're eventually going to enhance and share with us?
Through the chair to the councillor, most definitely we work very closely with Hamilton Police Services. They are a key member of the Hamilton Strategic Road Safety Program, and we connect in with them, and we definitely leverage that traffic unit, and we coordinate our efforts together as much as we can to make sure that their enforcement is in alignment with what we see as far as collision patterns or collision needs within the city.
And so when we read in this report notwithstanding the last year or a bit where we're still awaiting results from very important investigations among thousands of investigations. When you say today that most collisions are the direct result of driver distraction, that's based on a collaboration of getting information from Hamilton Police Services for the most part, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. We receive all of the collision data from Hamilton Police Services. They're the one who investigate and report on those collisions. And then we input that data and enter it into our collision database for our analysis and use. But to your point that you're making, all of that information comes from Hamilton Police Services.
Okay. A little later, I'll make the point at another topic on this important topic on how council may even further enhance if we feel we need to what the chief and I talked about today has been a very effective. The efficacy is proven, says Chief Bergen, with respect to this traffic safety unit. But I can hit on that a little bit later on how, if we feel, given what's gone on lately, we want to enhance it. And if we feel the most important factor to doing so is focusing on enforcement, there's ways in which that can happen. And I can get into that later. But I just want to mention very quickly, because the pedestrian percentages are part of this report, 56% involved pedestrians with respect to some collisions. And we're obviously making the decisions, as I said earlier, on making complete street decisions to greatly mitigate those issues. And we have things like Vision Zero and the pedestrian mobility plan in today's manual and so forth. Where complete street infrastructure, Mike, is implemented, are we measuring before and afters where they may have been problems and now because of the implementations they're not? Are we looking at before and after statistics through you, Chair?
Through the chair to the councillor, most definitely that is a key part of the Vision Zero action plan and roadway safety in general, is tracking the effectiveness of any improvement, whether they're very minor to substantial through complete roadway reconstruction, and gauging the effectiveness of those countermeasures to determine if they were effective or not, or if any further enhancements or adjustments need to be made.
Can I just ask this? I know I heard the bell again. Where can I see that? I just, I think about Herkimer Charlton and, peak speeds in the 80s, Mike, and then we put a parking protected bike lane and night and day. Bold and Duke, commuter cut-throughs, made it two-way, both of them, night and day changes. Where can I access that information?
Through the chair to the councillor, some of that information is contained within the Vision Zero dashboard, but I would say that probably the mass majority of the aggregate changes that are made appears within our network screening list for intersections and road segments where they are ranked based on their safety performance. I know in the past we have made the network screening, or we have published network screening list to council and the public. And that's something that we can enhance going forward as far as making those lists available. However, they are very technical and it's hard probably for the layman to understand what's happening with it. But what we try and do with the annual collision report is identify locations that have high collision frequencies or issues that we've flagged, and we list them in kind of the order of being the top locations. But if there are specific locations within your ward by any means, if you would like to know kind of what the aggregate changes are, then by all means I can provide that information to you.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Danko, followed by Councillor Pauls. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a couple things that really stood out for me in the collision report is Hamilton's ranking regards to the provincial averages. So maybe you could just elaborate a little bit on, kind of where we stand compared to our comparator municipalities.
Through the chair to the councillor, we do have within the collision report, we're comparing ourselves against provincial averages to see if there's anomalies in certain categories, and it does point out in some cases we are better than the provincial average. In a lot of cases, we're in alignment with the provincial average. But as I mentioned earlier, I think it's important to point out the vulnerable road user piece as it relates to how Vision Zero is constructed and how we are to protect them the most. We are doing better than the provincial average from that perspective. I'll just restate it. We are 1% 1.5% less for pedestrian fatalities and 1.1% less for cyclist fatalities compared to the provincial average.
Thank you. Another thing that really stood out is the impact, and it's already been discussed somewhat, but just the impact of COVID in a dramatic reduction province-wide in fatal and injury collisions. But at the same time, I think there was a 10-year high in speeding and aggressive driving and distracted driving. Do you have any sense of why that is?
Through the chair to the councillor, that is a question that's an interesting one for sure, and those types of questions we're going to have better insight once the pandemic is over, if that does occur. But kind of back to the contributing factors of collisions, how they are built around distracted driving, aggressive driving, and that sort of thing. I think part of the discussion that's happening within the industry is that the lack of volumes or the significant reduction in volume makes it easier to speed on roadways because you have an open roadway in front of you. But the dynamics of how COVID has changed the way that people behave on the roadway is something that's complex and being studied right now within the industry.
It seems anecdotally anyway, from my perspective, that when you have a 10-year high in speeding and aggressive driving, and then you look at the actual statistics that we are reducing collision trends across all categories, total collisions, injury collisions, pedestrian collisions, cyclist collisions, except for fatalities, that there is a connection there, that high in speeding, aggressive driving directly connected to fatalities. Is that a connection that others are making and talking about? Is that something that's being investigated?
I can't speak to that directly as far as what others and what the research is showing, but I think that there is a obvious correlation or possible correlation between the two.
Thank you. When I look in the report of the actions that we've taken as a city, it's fairly substantial. We have a review of Vision Zero coming, all the new red light cameras, the automated speed enforcement, the video analytics that's been done, along with the individual neighborhood speed reduction in every neighborhood, the cooperation with police, the police activity, the Complete Streets work that we're doing in Ward 8. Is there other actions that need to be taken that are beyond the municipal jurisdiction? So I'm thinking of things like the design of vehicles and sight lines that, a lot of modern trucks and SUVs make it impossible to see a pedestrian at close range. The marketing of vehicles, how vehicles are presented, kind of just the general capability of vehicles. You have smart cars that can drive themselves. Is there talk in the industry of being able to program vehicles to automatically stop at stop signs if the driver doesn't initiate that? And, some other responsibilities that are just beyond our purview as a municipality.
Through the chair to the councillor, you are focusing on one of the components of the Vision Zero circle, which is comprised of safe drivers, safe speeds, safe roads, and safe vehicles. You're making reference to the safe vehicles piece. Definitely the design and construction and use of vehicles is a factor within Vision Zero, and obviously outside of the influence of us at the City of Hamilton.
It just seems, from my perspective, we're putting speed limiters on e-bikes and scooters, but a car knows where it is on the road. It knows what the speed limit is. It would be very simple for manufacturers to build that into their vehicle. But again, obviously, that's way beyond our jurisdiction as a municipality. Thank you. I do have a couple ward-specific questions, so if you could put me on for a second time.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Pauls, then myself, and then second time will be Councillor Zanko. Councillor Pauls.
And thank you. And through the chair, first of all, thank you, Mike Field, for calling me yesterday around 11 o'clock and telling me about that the 50-year-old man cyclist was killed early morning at 5:30 in the morning on the Lincoln Alexander Parkway. And my heart goes to the family, and it's something that we do not want to get a call from anybody saying that our loved one has passed away. We're doing, when I asked you what happened, you said it was early stage. I called the police and they said it's early stage. I got called by CH and I went there. And as you know, it was on Upper Wentworth. If anybody goes to Upper Wentworth, it's chaotic there. There's the mall, there's all kinds of stores, there's a lot of distractions. And about, I guess, 4 months ago, we had a 49 or 42-year-old pedestrian struck there. But this was over the pathway where the link is. I stood there doing the interview with CH, and I could not believe all the traffic coming out from west to east, from east to west coming up. And obviously, over the ramp, there is no bike lanes. So I need to understand, there's a gentleman on the, over the ramp there. My question is, I know there's simpler roads that we could look at and say, yes, this is what we need to do. But in that situation, when we're over the link, what short-term measure can we do to prevent this from happening? I know we don't have all the facts, and we all say drivers, it was early in the morning, but what short measure can we do, especially around that area? I go to McQuestion Park a lot, and I'll tell you, even to cross there, when I park and go across to go to the mall, it's very dangerous. They're coming in and coming out. Can you let us know, because I've had a few emails, what are you doing today? Not tomorrow, not a year from now, short term. Can you name me a couple of things that we can do short term to prevent anything like this happening again?
Through the chair to the councillor, we don't know, as you pointed out, the factors involved in that fatality, so it's difficult for us to identify what we could do to prevent it from happening in the future. We are undertaking an in-service roadway safety audit of Upper Wentworth because of that fatality, the previous fatality, and just the complexity of that roadway and all of the conflict points that are created by the interchange of the Lincoln Alexander Parkway and also the Lime Ridge Mall and the mall in general. So we're doing a roadway safety audit, which will reveal short-term, medium-term, long-term measures that we could do to enhance the safety of that piece of corridor in between Mohawk and the Link interchange. And that will inform what the types of things that we could do immediately, but also other things that we might be able to consider for long-term. And I don't know if Brian Hollingworth wants to make comment related to the bridge, proposed bridge, multi-use bridge that is in close proximity to this location.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And you hit on, I was going to mention that through the ISIP program, we identified a connection that would go to between McCastron Park and Lime Ridge, and that would provide an alternative for pedestrians and cyclists. I wouldn't say that's the only solution here. I think generally, looking at road diets everywhere we can, where we see high speeds, is part of the solution.
Thank you for that. I actually mentioned that our plans is to do a bridge connecting McQuestion Park to go to Lime Ridge, because I'll tell you, I've walked there many times with a whole group of runners and walkers. I get together twice a week there, and I'll tell you, it's the biggest park. We get people from all over, and to go from McQuestion to go to the mall, it is a dangerous, 200-meter walk there or whatever it is because of the link. I just want to ask, how long will the audit be? When will we have an answer to the public to let them know, yes, this is what's the timeline?
Through the chair to the councillor, the timeline for that audit is undetermined at this moment since we are just engaging through that process, but I suspect that we should have some results towards the end of this year.
The end of this year. And also with the bridge, what's the timeline with that? I sort of mentioned maybe 2024, 25. Am I in the mark or off mark for a bridge?
I forgot to introduce myself the first time. Brian Hollingworth, Director of Transportation Planning and Parking. We're working on the feasibility study right now, and it's not without challenges because it's beside a hydro corridor, but we're targeting somewhere around 2025, 26. The ISIP money, I think, has to be spent by 2026.
Okay, that will be welcoming by everyone, especially when they do fairs there, all kinds of activities. It's very important to do that. But it's ironic that today we're talking about, the report of the annual collision and the complete street design, and the day before we have the cyclist that was tragically killed. And I just want to say it's early in the beginning. We need to know the facts. And I know that a lot of people on Kingfisher, because Kingfisher turns around, they complain all the time about speed, about people cutting through, and there's been accidents there. So really, we need this. And I welcome to find out the solution, what we can do. So thank you very much. And again, Mike, thank you very much. You're always ready to call me when there's something happening, or if I need any help, you're always there. So I want to publicly say thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up is Councillor Pearson, then myself, and then we'll go to second time.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I certainly appreciate all the comments around the table. It's very frustrating, and I can hear it in my colleagues' voices as well. We all deal with speeding issues, inattentive drivers, running stop signs on a daily basis. It is very frustrating. I appreciate everything that staff is doing, but and I agree, Councillor Danko has made some comments. It is the auto industry that creates these vehicles, and I know because I just purchased a few years ago a newer Malibu, and it does not have the sight lines that my old car had. It's frustrating. Sure, they can throw a rear view camera into it, a backup camera, but that doesn't solve the problem. Anyways, I appreciate that. And there are, for my colleagues' information, there are governors on the engines of cars, and they do have a set rate that's set by the government of what this maximum speed that vehicle can reach. And I know that from selling cars for a few years. So there is control. There is a control, but I don't believe that the government is prepared to drop that speed, that control on cars right now. So I just want to leave it at that. I appreciate everything staff is doing because it's got to be very, very frustrating. And I think we're dealing with another report later that I will have another question on. So thank you for that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And over to you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Continue.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions for me, and of course, thank you to staff for putting together a comprehensive report as always. One question that was asked by a group of residents to me after seeing this report was how or if there is criteria that will be set moving forward that would trigger in-service roadway safety audits. So this report speaks to a prioritization based on number of collisions and the type of collisions, definitely if there's increased number of fatalities and injuries. But also from the perspective of Vision Zero and the necessary hierarchy of needs that places children as our number one vulnerable population on our roadways, is there a possibility of a criteria set that looks at if a child is injured or if a child is killed on the road, that somehow is incorporated into an equity lens of prioritization?
Through the chair to the councillor, I alluded to revisiting and looking at the existing Vision Zero action plan and looking at opportunities to enhance the program. Undertaking and utilizing in-service roadway safety audits or collision investigations is part of it. And to your point, having a system of when and how we select when we're going to undertake an in-service roadway safety audit that is part of the discussion that we're having internally and what factors we're going to utilize. I think that it is a fair comment for sure that you know, in the essence of I mentioned a couple of times within the essence of Vision Zero, and the principles of Vision Zero is protecting vulnerable road users, whether they may be children or seniors, is encompassed within those principles. And I think it's more than reasonable that those factors are utilized to select when we do those comprehensive safety reviews.
Thank you for that. And not too dissimilar to Councillor Paul's, you know, the individual that passed away at 5:30 in the morning, previous 5:30 p.m., there was a 4-year-old child who was struck by a driver of a pickup truck, a 4-year-old, on a neighborhood street off of Sherman Avenue. And as you can imagine, the community is quite struck and quite impacted by the injury. And also the fact that there was a young boy who was struck also by a pickup truck on Wentworth Avenue, right outside Kathy Weaver Elementary School. When a child gets hit, our communities, it just, the reverberations of the injury and impact are felt that much stronger, not to say any one life is more valuable than another. So I appreciate that integration and definitely in terms of the next steps of reviewing the action plan associated to Vision Zero. That was my only question. Thank you. I'll take back the chair. Next up in a second time. Thank you. Councillor Danko.
Thank you. Just a couple ward-specific questions. So in the collision annual collision report, it does highlight that 4 of the top 10 road segments for the highest frequency of fatality and injury collisions are on Upper James, that 2 of the top 10 intersections in the city for vehicular collisions and pedestrian collisions are Upper James and Fennel and Upper James and Mohawk. And I know that we've spoke about this in the past. This was raised last year. I believe the trends were the same in the previous collision report. And I know work has been done on Upper James, and there's a report coming forward, but just perhaps get a few more details on specifically what has been done on Upper James and what we're expecting to implement.
Through the chair to the councillor, you're right, Upper James made an appearance in last year's collision report as well. And just specifically, we did make some enhancements to, I guess, the northern end of Upper James with reconfiguration and relocation of existing signals. However, last year we completed video diagnostics or video analytics at Upper James and Mohawk. And then we are currently undertaking, as part of the roadway safety reviews that I made mention of, the 15, we are including Fennel and Upper James in that list as well, and we expect to have that completed within, actually next week. We'll have kind of the preliminary results from that. And then from a road segment perspective, which is the other one I referenced to was a in-service roadway safety audit of an intersection. We're also undertaking a segmented roadway safety audit of the Upper James corridor in respect to it showing up within the 2020 and 2021 report.
Thank you. And similar to Councillor Nan's comments, I think it's just really important to highlight how critical it is to do the in-depth evaluation and then implement the recommendations from that evaluation, and that does take some time. And then just a final comment, Madam Chair, you know, Councillor Paul spoke about the tragic cycling fatality on the mountain. And I just have to point out the lack of continuous north-south cycling facilities on the mountain. And I'd be more than happy to work with Councillor Pauls towards a protected, continuous, dedicated cycling facility all the way from Sam Lawrence Park to Rymal Road on Upper Wellington, which is part of the cycling master plan and would provide a safe north-south crossing over the link. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, for all your comments, and to staff for all the responses and the comprehensive nature of the report and your responses today. Thank you very much. It's been moved and seconded, and second time, Councillor Pauls.
Yes, I just want to say thank you to Councillor Danko. I will work with them, of course. I think it's important. I know that even on Upper Wellington, it goes from Rymal to Stone Church and it stops completely. And then they are planning on doing it from Upper Welland, Stone Church to Lime Ridge, but then it's going to stop completely. So we have to have better plan how to extend it to go to north-south. So thank you, and I'll work with Councillor Danko, no problem. Thanks.
Thank you. And it is before committee for electronic vote. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Thumbs up from Councillor Pearson. And that carries 10-0. Moving on to 7.8, which is various advisory committee reports. A is Keep Hamilton Clean and Green Advisory Committee, no quorum notes for June 7th. And B is the Hamilton Cycling Committee minutes for May 4th, 2022. May I please have a mover and seconder to receive these consent items? Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. Thank you both. And before committee for electronic vote, thumbs up from Councillor Powers. And thumbs up from Councillor Pearson. And that carries 10-0. And that brings us to staff presentations. 8.1, our Complete Streets Design Manual, Joint Report PED 21020A and PW 21002A. I'd like to call on Trevor Jenkins, Project Manager for Sustainable Mobility Planning, to present. Good afternoon, Trevor.
So good afternoon, committee. As mentioned, my name is Trevor Jenkins. I'm the project manager for Sustainable Mobility Planning with the Transportation Planning Group. It's my pleasure to be here today to talk about an overview of the Complete Streets Design Manual. Give you a quick overview of my presentation, start with some background information of how we got here, provide a bit of an overview of the manual itself and some key highlights, provide a bit of an overview of how and who we worked with to make this a reality, then provide a quick summary of our recommendations and then some of the next steps from the staff perspective. So the design manual marks a key milestone in Hamilton's journey towards complete streets. Back in 2018, as part of the Transportation Master Plan update, the city adopted the Complete Livable Better Streets policy, which provided guiding principles for a made in Hamilton approach to complete streets. As part of the TMP, it was recommended that we develop a design manual. That led to what phase one of this current work, which was the Complete Streets framework. The framework really tried to develop the bones of what you see before you today, defined 8 different street typologies, created an audit tool to help designers assess current and future streets, set priorities for different types of streets, as well as identified some key elements to make it part of a complete street network. So these elements were approved by council back in January of 2021. And staff were directed at that time to begin the development of the manual and engage with the public and other stakeholders. So that leads us to today. So since then, staff have been working diligently to develop the manual that you see before you today. We believe this manual really operationalizes that initial policy and builds upon that framework to create a made in Hamilton approach to complete streets. So what is a complete street? So at its most basic level, a complete street encourages street designs that better balance considerations for the way people share the streets, whether they're walking, cycling, taking transit, driving, or delivering goods. The underlying focus is to enhance roadway safety for all travelers of all ages and abilities. This directly supports the city's Vision Zero policy of having zero roadway deaths or serious injuries. I think a key aspect to complete streets is to recognize that there's just not one design for what a complete street is. Each one will be unique and will need to reflect the needs of the community and the local context. So our complete street in a rural area is going to look quite different from one in a downtown urban area. But really, they are both designed to balance safety and convenience for people getting around, as well as defining that public realm. So complete streets kind of represents a different way of thinking of how we design streets. Traditionally, streets have been focused on the center line out. So we start designing from the middle of the right-of-way and going outwards. This is really making sure to focus on providing enough capacity and facilities to make sure we can get automobiles through. And really any other space was kind of divvied up, whether for sidewalks, street trees, parking, or other things like that. This approach often resulted in streets that really didn't reflect the context. They really ignored the land uses, the buildings, and really tended to primarily lead to people driving private automobiles to get around. The complete street approach aims to take an outside-in approach that equitably considers the adjacent land uses and road users in street design. It recognizes the importance of streets to be conduits to get people around, but also recognizes them as public spaces and as an integral component of the public realm. This leads to better outcomes, help creates a sense of place, and improves the choices of how people can get around. So that leads us today with the design manual. I'd like to just give a quick credit to WSP and Dave McLaughlin's team who helped us work on this document. They were a fantastic resource and brought a lot of insights to it. So ultimately, the role of this manual is to improve and normalize the way complete streets are delivered in Hamilton. So provide a kind of a single source of truth and ideas and elements of how we can go about this. The manual is structured into 5 sections, and I'll just provide a brief overview of some of the key elements in each one in the next few slides. So the first chapter is the introduction, which really lays out how this document relates to other guidelines and strategies we have at the city. The design manual not only supports a number of transportation-related plans, but also focuses a number of climate change initiatives, energy conservation, forestry, and land use plans. A major underlying factor in the design manual is safety. Safer street designs play an important role in supporting the Vision Zero policy. The design of a street is central to making our transportation system safer, and a complete street that's well designed can help manage the driver's speed, guide a motorist to do the right thing, reduce collisions, as well as allow from some human error. One street fatality or serious injury is one too many, and working to make complete streets safer is a key aspect of what this design manual will help to achieve. So Chapter 2 lays out the design process, and as part of this, we try to provide designers and practitioners who will be working on these projects with some guidance and prompts and tools to be able to undertake the process. So for the first step in this 5-step process is planning. So this really focuses on identifying upcoming street projects and beginning to define the scope. So to support practitioners, we prepared a complete streets audit tool that helps them to assess existing and future conditions, as well as a project scoping tool. The second step focuses on conceptualizing. So this focuses on envisioning what the complete streets design could look like, engaging internal and external stakeholders, as well as establishing some design priorities. This chapter provides a number of tools, including a checklist for designers that prompts them at different stages for things that they should be considering within the process, as well as a stakeholder map to identify potential groups that should be involved. The next step is designing, and this is a critical step that focuses on creating the preliminary and detailed designs of a street project. Within this project step, there'll be a number of trade-offs. We're not always able to achieve everything within the available right-of-way space. So what we've tried to do here is provide what we call the street element decision-making tool to help really design guiders and practitioners that when those trade-offs have to be made, there's a clear, transparent, consistent process that they can follow. This builds upon the desired conditions matrix that we developed in phase 1 that sets some of the different priorities for different types of streets are supposed to be achieving. Step 4 is implementing, which really focuses on constructing the final street design. And step 5 is monitoring. So I think kind of alluded to earlier today, one of the key things you want to be able to do with a number of these projects is start to monitor to see how well these projects achieve the different goals and visions, what's changed, what's happening, so we can really take those lessons learned and integrate them into future projects. In terms of way to actually implement complete streets and different elements, it's our view that really any street project should be an opportunity to make a street more complete, whether it's just small change or a more full reconstruction, every project should be an opportunity to make streets more complete. Some of the ways we could do that is retrofit projects. So these are projects where we're just really reallocating existing space in the right of way without any major civil works. So a good example of this would be the recent Hatch Street separated bike lanes, where we were able to provide additional space for cyclists, as well as some of the AODA improvements being made at intersections across the city. The second bundle is rehabilitation projects, such as resurfacing, where there is some civil works being done. So this can provide opportunity for some larger changes, such as pouring concrete for bike lanes, new pedestrian crossings, or enhancements to the public realm. So a good example of this would be Hunter Street in front of the GO station, the recent work there, as well as some of the ongoing work on Wilson Street in Ancaster, the resurfacing, where we're making enhancements to the cycling facilities. The third major bundle is reconstruction. So these are more intensive civil works, and these projects may provide an opportunity to be able to start moving curbs and gutters, so we can start reallocating more of that roadway space in an easier manner to either expand sidewalks, install green infrastructure, or create space for street trees. So the Locke Street reconstruction is a great example of this type of project. And the final bundle is for new developments. So typically, when we're building a street from scratch, there are generally less constraints compared to when we're rebuilding or modifying an existing road. So these projects offer a great opportunity to really reflect the vision and principles of the Complete Street Design Manual overall. Some good examples of this include Levitt Drive in Waterdown, as well as in Creekside Drive over in Dundas, where we're able to introduce the raised pedestrian crossing as part of that project. So Chapter 3 really focuses on a lot of the elements of complete streets that are listed here. These are really the building blocks, street design and right-of-way design, because these are many of the different things that are competing for space and when we only have so much between the two property lines. So this chapter provides a lot more of the technical guidance, so I won't get too much into it, but just to focus that we really are drawing on best practices from Canada, the US, Europe, and around the world to really make sure that we're staying up with the latest trends and making sure that we're creating these safer streets and offering the best guidance. A few of the elements I will just highlight from this section. One of the things that we include is narrower lane widths, which has been shown to help reduce speeds, as well as right-sizing corner radii to make sure we're slowing vehicles down as they're turning. A strong emphasis on making the transportation system more accessible for people of all ages and abilities through universal design principles. So in the top right, you see the photo from Creekside Drive in Dundas, trying to provide that more of that comfortable position for people crossing the street. Opportunities for wider sidewalks to be able to accommodate more people or people using mobility devices, as well as supporting accessible treatments at intersections. Greater emphasis on separation cycling facilities to really create that more comfortable experience for cyclists to really help grow our cycling population, as well as identifying opportunities for street trees and green infrastructure along corridors. So Chapter 4 contains what we call the complete streets cross sections. So there's one or more renderings for each of the 8 typologies shown here on the screen. These cross sections are really meant to demonstrate how these different street elements can all come together and fit within the typical right-of-way that we have in our official plan. The cross sections are meant to be a starting point in the design process to really reflect the different priorities. While these represent what we want to aspire to, there are going to be context-specific considerations that will play a key role in the design process. For instance, as I mentioned before, there's a number of areas in the city, particularly in the lower city, where we don't have that much right away, so we will have to make adjustments. Similarly, along a lot of existing streets, there are subsurface and surface utilities, as well as existing trees that we are going to have to consider within that process as well. But around that design aspects, really, those tools in Chapter 2, we believe, provide the right guidance and direction to be able to help make those decisions and make it a bit transparent about why these things were happening. So I'll go through a couple of the example typologies and just to highlight some of the characteristics. So the first one we have up is the urban avenue. So these are generally the busier urban streets that we have, where the balance is kind of between mobility and place. People need to get somewhere, but we also want to create a sense of place. So some of the key elements here that you might notice is providing these narrower driving lanes while still being able to accommodate larger vehicles like buses and emergency vehicles, separated cycling facilities, so getting the cyclists off the road and into more of a dedicated space where they can be a bit more visible. as well as opportunities for more street trees, transit stops, and street furnitures to really support, growing the urban canopy, making it comfortable to wait for a bus, as well as finding some place to sit down if you're out for a stroll. The next group is what we call the transitioning avenues. So these are many of the major arterial streets that you'll find in the more suburban areas, particularly along the BLAST network. So the intent with many of these kind of designs is to encourage mobility along these corridors. So similar to urban avenues, you notice that we have the narrow lane widths, separated cycling facility, fully accessible transit stations, as well as we introduced the idea of trying to have more planted medians. So from a road safety perspective, these can be valuable because you're taking a 5-lane road. Instead of having this giant asphalt in front of you, you're narrowing it down a bit more. So it creates a bit more of that psychological feeling as you're trying to drive. But at the same time, you are still preserving space. So if you do need a left-hand turn lane there, either at an intersection or development, that space is still available to you. We also have added a kind of a concept showing what these could look like with rapid transit lanes to provide inspiration as planning along the rest of the BLAST corridor networks happens, to provide designers with prompts and demonstrate how these different elements could fit together in these contexts. The next example I'll just go through are main streets. So these are often the narrower commercial streets that we have in many parts of Hamilton. The Lock Street BIA would be a fantastic example. So in these areas, placemaking and access is prioritized over mobility, meaning the focus is much more on creating a slower, people-focused environment. So in these areas, you'll notice there's more space allocated to the pedestrian realm, including larger sidewalks, street plantings, and street furniture zones. We also include kind of what we call flex zones. So these are space that could either be used for on-street parking, for street patios, or other flexible uses, but trying to define them a bit better so they don't feel like they're becoming another driving lane, as well as continuing the theme of the narrower lanes to slow vehicles down. The final example we have is rural roads. So generally, these are the roads that are outside of the urban areas and rural settlement areas, primarily through agricultural and natural areas. Really, their function is to provide mobility for people and goods, whether that might mean slower moving agricultural vehicles, people cycling for recreation, or folks traveling to other communities. So similar kind of to the urban counterparts, we are looking at narrower lanes in these areas, though they are a bit wider compared to the urban areas, just recognizing that these are generally higher speed roads, as well as providing some dedicated space to cyclists along the roadways. And the final chapter of the design manual relates to intersections. From a safety perspective, intersections are a major conflict point. In the last 5 years, nearly 58% of all collisions took place at an intersection. This number rises to 65% for collisions involving cyclists and 70% of collisions involving a pedestrian. So making intersections safer is a key element to making our streets safer. So this chapter provides guidance on different complete street typologies and how they can meet, as well as provide some updated standards around corner turning radii. So one of the examples that's included is what we call the low-speed intersection. So this is where two local neighborhood streets meet. It encourages designs that provide tighter corner radii, shown there in the one. That really helps to reduce the speed at which vehicles can go around that corner, and also helps to reduce the distance pedestrians have to spend crossing. As well, it also identifies a number of opportunities for impactful traffic calming elements, such as raised intersections, which really helps prompt you to stop at a stop sign and slow down, raised crosswalks, curb extensions, as well as traffic diverters as appropriate. Another example of some of the intersection design concepts included is the compact urban intersection. So this is where an urban avenue meets a main street. It aims to separate and protect vulnerable road users as much as possible to really minimize those conflicts with motor vehicles. So some of the kind of the unique factors with this includes raised corners to separate cyclists and motorists, shown there at number 1, also known as a protected intersection, smaller turning radii, as well as number 3, the setback left turn lane, just so that way you can still accommodate vehicles making left turns, as well as a transit station that's integrated with the cycle track. And the final kind of concept I just want to share is what we call the major high capacity intersection. So this is where two transitioning avenues meet. So in this case, we're continuing many of the similar kind of examples from earlier, including tighter turning radii that can still accommodate larger vehicles, but are discouraging higher speeds for motorists. Providing turning lanes at the intersection, which provides some flexibility for protected signal phasing, protected intersection corners for the cycling facilities in the top corner there, as well as separated cycling waiting areas and bus stops with full amenities. So while this project was led through transportation planning, I'd just like to emphasize it very much was an interdepartmental initiative. Divisions from across the city were actively involved in preparing this manual, which I think is well reflected by the number of divisions that signed off on this report. We also had an opportunity to work with a number of groups from across the city. Throughout this last year and a half, we've had 4 technical advisory committee meetings at major milestones to get input from a number of our stakeholders. We've had over 24 one-on-one meetings with internal groups to really discuss some of the nuanced specific issues relevant to their expertise. We've had the opportunity to meet with a number of advisory committees to get their input and understanding, as well as a community focus group with a number of community organizations and employers, as well as 2 surveys on the Engage Hamilton platform. So we provide a bit more of in terms of kind of what we heard from the public. We provided kind of a good comprehensive summary within the staff report, but I just want to highlight a couple of points. This last winter, we did phase 2 of our engagement. So we posted a survey online with the draft cross-sections to get their opinions and see if people actually felt like this reflected the intent of the Complete Livable Better Streets policy. And what we heard is that for every typology that we shared, there's 90% or more people supported the design. So we feel like we are on the right track and really are supporting a well thought out multimodal plan and designs for these corridors. One of the big things we heard is people thought these were pragmatic and actually are achievable designs, which we think is a good sounding board because we don't want to create something that's so aspirational we can never get there. Though they did recognize that similar to what, as I mentioned before, there does need to be flexibility in design to reflect existing conditions and special conditions as well. In terms of what's before you here today, with recommendation A, we really are seeking committee's approval to use this manual as the basis of planning and designing city streets. In recommendation B, what we're looking to do is guidance from you to update our internal municipal design documents to reflect a lot of these elements that are contained in the Complete Street Design Manual, particularly around lane widths and turning radii. With recommendation C, we're hoping to get your approval to engage with the Development Industry Liaison Group to begin to update the engineering and development guidelines to reflect the document as well. In recommendation D, we have an upcoming road classification harmonization study and right-of-way review that will be looking at how we classify our streets within the official plan and the space required. So we're seeking permission to really apply these typologies within that review to be able to identify future property requirements and considerations going forward. And recommendation E is simply asking to take this off the outstanding business item list. So in terms of next steps, if we do get committee and council's approval, we hope to use this design manual as the way forward for designing streets going forward. Come this fall, we are hoping to host a number of training sessions with staff who work within road area design to actually be able to introduce them and educate them and help them familiarize themselves with this report. We are in the process of developing a resident guide, which is basically kind of an executive summary of this large document to really focus on the key points to make it more accessible. And finally, as we begin to build more of these projects, we hope to monitor the implementation success and take those lessons learned. So with that, I've reached the end of my presentation. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. And again, congratulations to all the staff who were part of bringing this final design manual forward for committee today. First up is Councillor Farr. Second in line is Councillor Danko, followed by Councillor Van Der Beek.
Thank you, Trevor, and great mustache. Great presentation. Great presentation, sorry. I just saw Top Gun on the weekend. Tom Cruise drives a little too quickly in that speed bike. You'd agree, I guess, in your profession.
He does, definitely.
Slide for you. You don't have to go to it. We got everybody back on the camera here. So you mentioned something that immediately when I started looking at this great report, and I'm sure we're all going to be very supportive going forward is with having this manual, the pedestrian mobility plan. And the big sell for me many years ago when we brought that into the transportation master plan was the outside-in approach to the way we design streets going forward. That was, I don't remember how long ago, maybe you do, and if you do, that's great. And it's been utilized. So slide 25 there in the close, you're talking about what we're approving here is utilizing this Complete Streets Design Manual going forward. So I'm trying to Gracie down or get a hold of, in my mind, how the past approval of the pedestrian mobility plan ties in part or in whole. Like, can you put it in perspective for me? I spent more time looking at that vast file from years ago than I did at this one in the last few days. So through you, Chad.
Yep. So I can start the meeting. Brian can jump in afterwards if he has anything to add. I think really what we try to do with this manual is pull in a lot of those key components from the pedestrian design or the pedestrian mobility plan around all the design standards and try to adopt some of the policies. Though this isn't really meant to, supplant that document at all. Note that provides a lot of good policies around routine accommodation in particular. That really provides a lot of guidance and, support for these projects overall. I think if anything, this is more kind of an extension and gets more into the details of, how are we actually designing these sidewalks? How are we actually accommodating the pedestrians within the realm? Then and more into the weeds and the details than that plan specifically got into. So I think ultimately, really, they work in unison together.
We'll go to Brian for sure, but Madam Chair, that pedestrian mobility plan got into a whole lot of details, though. We can't be understated. Through you, Chair, if Brian wants to chime in. Mr. Hollings.
Sure, just briefly, Brian Hollingworth, Director of Transportation Planning and Parking, just picking up on what Trevor said. This does very much build on the pedestrian mobility plan. You'll recall that plan identified some, back then, I think it was around, I'm guessing it was before I joined the city, so prior to 2018, it was probably about 2016, some concepts like, we need wider sidewalks in pedestrian realm to make people feel comfortable, provide buffers, and we've started trying to do that. One of the challenges with that plan is it was all about pedestrians. So you're kind of fighting the battle from one perspective. What this Complete Streets document does is it lays everything out there, including low impact development, transit, roads, so that those trade-offs can be made. And I think it will help to accelerate some of those visions and principles of the pedestrian mobility plan.
Excellent. Thank you. That is very helpful. Madam Chair, I would wonder if any staff here, I saw all your list of different divisions that you work with, and you really have done a great job on both of this presentation, the work in advance with all of the divisions, and on the mustache. But economic development, were they part of the mix? Because I have always looked at, and I know a lot of folks in this ward I've engaged with on all the complete street work that we've done and we continue to do. That's a factor. We get shops that want to locate on complete streets. We get people that want to move to Hamilton and live in neighborhoods with complete streets. Where does that fit into this design manual?
So we did try to incorporate economic development considerations. We are actually meeting with the BIA Advisory Committee in this September because they were interested in kind of learning a bit more. I don't believe they were part of the core TAC, though I know there were staff members at a few of our meetings with different advisory committees who provided their input as well, but they weren't a core component of the TAC.
Excellent. And finally, Madam Chair, maybe to Brian or someone, or Trevor, is it safe to say that a lot of this is stuff we're already doing. We're just formalizing it in one design manual. And part two, is it a living document? And I'll just listen to the answer. That's all I have.
Yeah. I would agree completely. A lot of these things are things that we are doing in some way or another. Really, what this is trying to do is bring it all together into one spot, provide a bit more guidance around some of the design parameters and considerations. But for the most part, there's nothing too groundbreaking within this document compared to what we've done before. It really is trying to bring all of our practices into one place and provide, a good compendium of what we can do to make our streets safer. I feel like it will definitely be a living document, especially as we implement things, test things, have lessons learned, and see what needs to happen and change.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Nanko.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I haven't read the entire manual in full. I have read through it as much as I could. It is extremely comprehensive, and I can understand why why it took so long to develop, because when you start digging into it, you see the complexity that's involved here, trying to develop citywide standards for various street classifications, urban, rural, utilities, various road users. Just the complexity there is it's it's in a city the size of Hamilton, there's a lot of work that was undertaken there, and I really appreciate the expertise that went into it. My questions through you, Madam Chair, is just on implementation. So you touched on in the presentation, retrofit, rehabilitation, reconstruction, and major projects in new development. I'm going to share one of my frustrations from a council perspective is that when we have capital projects in the past, that they've been largely like for like, that the budget, the design has been based on what was there before is going to be what is being replaced with. So through you, Madam Chair, I guess the question is, how is this manual going to influence implementation moving forward when it comes to budgeting, procurement, and design?
Yep. So there are a few avenues I can start. I think one of the key things we have been doing recently is, particularly for a lot of the ongoing environmental assessments, being much more involved with those. The team from doing the Upper Wellington EA that was mentioned a bit earlier, we've been working very closely with them to really develop much more complete streets type design. They've been very receptive to it, as well as along the Garner Road EA, as well as our partners in Ramo Road. So that way, in that early process, we're getting involved. We're not just going to do the same thing over and over again. And they've been fantastically receptive to what we've been proposing. I think part of really what we're also trying to integrate this is really integrate a lot of these elements into our design standards. So really emphasize, the like for like shouldn't exist anymore. If it's a 3.5, 3.6 type of lane, that's no longer going to be our standard anymore. So really trying to push a bit more on the ball there. As well as really trying to focus, that we are actually following through with all these pedestrian and cycling projects that are identified in a lot of our various documents. So that way, especially with these EAAs, we're identifying these early on, so that way we can get them in the capital budget. So that way, at the 11th hour, there isn't some sudden scope change. So this document really, will help provide a lot more of that scoping kind of input earlier on, so we can properly budget for these in the long term. I'm not sure, Brian, if there's anything else you want to add.
I think you covered it mostly, okay, Trevor, but I think we are very much trying to move away from the like-for-like process. And my colleagues, Mike and Edward and others would agree. Projects like, in your word, Councillor, Fennel Avenue, for example, 5 years ago, probably the resurfacing would have been a like-for-like. I don't think in this day and age with this guideline, we would ever consider a like-for-like for a project like that. And even, some of the street construction due to water main and things like that, they're all opportunities for, in many cases, just narrowing the road and adopting many of the things that are in this guideline.
Great, that's really encouraging to hear, especially that it'll be incorporated right from the very beginning into the capital budget planning process, so that it's not something that at the end we want to add in and then there's not budget for it, that it's included right from the EA stage all the way through. So I think that's fantastic. One thing I noticed in the manual is the focus on the aesthetics of the right-of-way. In particular, all of the cross-sections feature some sort of green space and street trees and a very aesthetically pleasing kind of design. As working in consulting engineering, that's something I've run up against I don't know how many times, where we have a space where like, hey, we could put some trees here, we could put some plantings or whatever. And 9 times out of 10, it's, well, yeah, but then we got to maintain it and let's just pave over it. So I guess the question is, was that a specific focus of the Complete Streets approach on that green space? And how are we going to actually make sure that that is incorporated as well?
You want to take this? Or? Yeah, so that's a good question. So that was a key consideration. We work closely with our counterparts in forestry. Ultimately, it will kind of depend how things play out. But I think really what we're trying to drive home with this manual, that really this is the expectation of what we're trying to do. I think one of the things we struggled with a bit in the past is really we never had a guideline that said, hey, you should be doing this. It's just, it was what we'd want to do. But with this guideline, we hope it just provides a bit more of a document to back those type of changes up, to try to get more of those kind of street trees or plantings within these areas. Obviously, it's going to be something we'll have to monitor to see if we are succeeding in that regard. But it is, I think, this manual provides a bit more foundation of kind of expectations of what we're looking for.
Excellent. In the cross sections, in the sort of breakdown of the roadway cross section, what each space is, each one of them has a part that talks about the pedestrian clear zone. Could you maybe just explain a little bit clearer what that means by, the clear zone concept, for one, and, specifically the pedestrian clear zone?
Yeah. So the pedestrian clear zone really refers to that kind of continuous unimpeded space that a pedestrian, whether they're walking or using a mobility device, are able to get down on a sidewalk or a multi-use trail. There are requirements through the AODA legislation. I believe it's 1.5 meters minimum clearway. So really just providing that unimpeded space, so there's no, doors opening into it, bike racks, trees, those type of things, just to make sure, we're universally accessible to folks of all abilities.
Thank you. How am I doing for time, Madam Chair? I have a couple more.
I let you go with that last question, so
Okay,
if you're good to
put me
come on
on.
as the second time?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Vanderbeek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the time. I want to thank the staff and the consultants for the work they did on this. I think it's fantastic. I have read every word. And in my opinion, it is achievable. It's very clear. It's concise. It acknowledges the differences in new development and existing development. And I think that that it's very encompassing. So I'm really on board for this. I think it's great. One of the things that I do want to bring up is the fact that yes, and going forward, when we're talking about new development, then it's a clean slate. So you can start and you can develop exactly what it is you want, and you know that you're going to put the services in the right place, and you're going to put the bike lanes where they belong, and maybe the trees on the edges. But my ward is probably 95% rural now, and the urban area is, for the most part, very old. And so the existing streets are very narrow. And one of my frustrations is that it's hard to find resolution for creating a complete street, or even a safer street, or a street that makes people feel like it's safer, when the street is already too narrow to have wide sidewalks, boulevard of any kind of new protection that makes people feel like it's a safe place to walk when they believe that it isn't. And so in my ward, in one of the streets in particular is, of course, Old Ancaster Road. And there's an outcry for that to be a safer environment. And I know I've dealt with it for years with staff, and it's been a frustration. It's not just for me, but for them. And I guess what I'm asking is, although you acknowledge that in the manual, which I'm really pleased to see that you do, the difficulty with changes to some existing streets, I'm wondering how that will play out in, when a councillor comes to you and says, we've got a problem here, and you look at that street and you realize that there's nowhere to widen it. You can't widen it. And so I'm just wondering if you could talk to that for a minute. Thank you. If you're talking, I'm not hearing you.
It's Brian Hollingworth here. Trevor's looking at me. I was looking at Trevor because he's doing a great job on answering the questions better than me. I think there are situations where there are challenges, and you mentioned a few of them, the rural areas, those older roads where they're built out and it's just difficult to widen. I think what this document gives us is a little bit more of a process for making trade-offs. So there's a decision-making tool. Previously it was, you kind of sat around the table and there's one person's opinion versus another, and geez, we can't shorten this left turn lane because I drive there and there's a lot of traffic and it's really bad. This gives us a decision process where we can actually rank things about traffic capacity, which may be important, trucks, cyclists, pedestrians, low impact development. Sometimes that's combined with an environmental assessment, but at least it's and I think council years ago was asking for this, is what's your decision-making process? And so you look at the typologies and they have kind of scores of points for the different features, and we're already testing it out and it's helping us. It doesn't solve all the problems, but it certainly helps.
Thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. I know how hard staff work to try and solve those problems, and I'm appreciative of that too. I'm really thrilled with this manual. I just want to say that how much I appreciate that staff went along with the raised crosswalks on Creekside Drive in Dundas. They have been a huge success, and I'm hoping that we might be able to use those in a few other places, including some of these narrower streets where you're not looking at someone bumping over something and then tearing off. You're looking at someone who has to slow down and drive a little slower, come down on the other side, and then move forward. And I've been really pleased with those raised crosswalks, as have the people who live along Creekside. So I want to say thank you again to everyone who's involved, and I will absolutely be supporting this when it comes to a vote. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up is Councillor Pearson, followed by Pauls, Jackson, Marula, myself, and then second time, Danko.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to staff. Trevor, thank you so very, very much. I will definitely be supporting this. This was a tremendous amount of work, and I too have to admit I have not read the whole binder. And a number of my questions as I was sitting here writing stuff as you were presenting, and then my colleagues before me raising the questions have answered a number of the ones that I had. But I'm really thrilled, just as Councillor Vanderbeek has mentioned, the raised crosswalks. I think that's a really unique opportunity in making people realize, they are people crossing here. All we got to do is make sure we get pedestrians to use it. But I'm thrilled to see that, and I believe some have been installed in my ward in conjunction with development now. It's also very close to the concrete speed humps that were installed back in 1994 as the first traffic calming measure in my ward at the day on the south side of Margaret Avenue. So really pleased, and they're still there. They're still working. But I'm glad. I'm also glad to see working in as opposed to working out, and being able to create that that street visibility, because in all the projected designs that you put in before us today in your presentation, I printed all the slides off. It really has created a more open, visible, whether it be the roundabout, an intersection, the roadway, it's created a much cleaner and more visibility that would serve not just drivers but pedestrians and cyclists. So I'm happy to see that. I did want to ask the question though, because I missed, and maybe I missed it, I had to run and answer the doorbell, sorry about that. But are we at this juncture also looking at, and I know I raised it many meetings ago, the, and I can't remember what it's called, and I thought I read it, the intersections where all the lights go red and pedestrians can cross any which way they want? Through you, Madam Chair. And I could be wrong, it could have been another report. I read too many of them this week.
Yeah. So we do talk about in the document some specific ways to do specific actions we take with signals such as leading pedestrian intervals. I believe what you're referring to is the scramble intersection. I can't remember off the top of my head if that is in here or not. I'm just trying to find it now. Though I believe we do kind of talk in the sense that we should be looking at opportunities for these more using signals in new ways to provide that flexibility to do things such as, the scramble intersections at higher pedestrian areas.
Excellent. Yep. And I've gone through it many times. If your eyes are better than mine, I'm sure they are. I couldn't find it, but I know I read it somewhere. So, but I'm hoping that we keep that on the radar, because I think we've got a few intersections in the city, especially in the downtown area, that would really benefit from that opportunity with the uses that are around these intersections. And while you're looking, I'll keep going, Madam Chair, just save time. So as I said, I am very supportive of this. I think it makes the decision process for staff and the ward counselors much easier to accept because there is a rule, there is a process, there is a rule, there is a design. It can be shown to residents, and it would. I think it removes the concerns that, that staff might, be presented with. Well, we can't do that, or that, my ward won't tolerate that. I think that if we all accept this going forward, it's a matter of saying, no, this is the future, and this is what we're all going to accept, and these are the parameters that are going to be followed. It would make it much more efficient and easy for staff to design and put these safeguards in place going forward. So thank you, Madam Chair, for that opportunity.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll proceed forward to Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. And through the chairs, I want to say I enjoyed it too, especially the pictures. They said picture says it all. So when I look at the pictures, what our streets can look like, they look fantastic. So I want to thank you for that. My question was, at the end, Trevor, you said something interesting. You said there'll be a lot of training and a lot of education for drivers. I'm wondering if we could also do education and training for people that cross the road or people that bike. I know sometimes I broke the rule as well as a biker when I see no car coming, and I shouldn't confess. I do once in a while. I don't do it anymore, but you kind of go through. So in education and training, especially when you talk about scramble intersection. I went to Paris, Ontario, and they had one there. And I'll tell you, I didn't know which way to cross. Do I go this way or do I go that way? It was really confusing at first because it's new to everyone. So in your statement that you said you're going to do a lot of training and education for drivers, and I know that distraction happens also as a walker. I've been distracted many times. I look at a store, so with that training, with this new implement on Complete Street, be done for bikers and, walkers and people that are out, going out for the night or for the day or whatever.
Yep. So through the chair to the councillor, I think that education component for all road users is a critical component, whether you are a driver, cyclist, or pedestrian, particularly when we are, introducing a new facility type either to the city or to a specific area. I think back to, when the Cannon Street cycle track was installed in, 2014, the city produced a number of hand-up brochures for different locations. There were social media buys and education components, a page on the website about how to use those facilities. So I think, as we introduce these new components, it will be critical to do education to pretty much all road users in different ways, building off some of the existing work we already do through sustainable mobility, just to really make sure, everyone understands changes that are happening and how to make it all fit together and how to use it, just because, change can be sudden and it can be difficult, but, with a bit of education and, heads up, things are surmountable.
Thank you for that. I have another question. I don't know if you can answer that. I'm putting some speed bump on East 26, and a few of the people that live there said, why can't, after we put speed bumps, the curb be cut off and be soft? So if people are near the speed bump, they could cross, they know that cars sort of stop. They go, not stop, but they go a lot slower, and they could just walk through. Are we thinking of doing that? I asked, and they said that it wasn't needed. Do you know what I'm talking about? We put speed bumps, but there's a curb at the end. So what's your thought on that? Or
So I'm not entirely sure with what you're referring to. I'm just going to look to my counterparts on the row if someone might be familiar with that.
I just recently asked why we couldn't do it, where we put speed bumps.
Yeah, Acting Director Fields has a response.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor, I'm not too sure I completely understand what you're making reference to. Is possibly you could explain it again?
Yes, I will. So on East 26, we're putting speed bumps, and one of the residents and everybody around them, because there's a park there, there's Inch Park, not Inch Park, Eastmount. And they're saying where the speed bumps, can the curb be cut off so that, you know, if people walk near the speed bumps, they could just not have that extra curb?
Through the chair to the councillor, the speed cushion's isolated to the road. So if they're trying to cross where a speed cushion is, they're not crossing at a location that's probably the best spot for them to be crossing. They should be crossing at intersections or designated crossings. So we wouldn't implement any curb cuts or aprons or anything unless we're establishing a formal pedestrian crossing.
Right. So the reason they said that, because where the stop sign, it's about, I would say, I don't know, 100 meters maybe. So they thought it would be easier if they would cross around there where the park is. And I thought, well, I'll ask. So there's no, you don't think it's safe at all to do that?
Through the chair to the councillor would be a little bit not something that we would want to do, but I think what they are kind of alluding to is what Trevor was mentioning, were raised crosswalks, which is essentially implementing a speed cushion within a crossing as well. So the whole crossing is raised and does the same kind of thing as what a speed cushion is intended to do, slow drivers down, but also incorporate accommodations for pedestrians wanting to cross the road.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Right.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Chair Nan, and what a wonderful new foundational document for the end of this term of council and for whoever might be here in the next 4 years to move forward in our community to make all of our streets safer for every single citizen that wishes to access them in whatever transportation mode, walking mode, vehicular, cycling, public transit mode they wish to. And I just want to acknowledge anytime you get 5 directors, collaboration, Director Hollingworth, Director Hanna, Chief Road Official Soldo, Acting Director Field, Acting Director Jacob, multi-divisional study and research in this report is just phenomenal. One of a kind, quite frankly, Chair Nan. So, Project Manager Jenkins, to you, outstanding presentation. Molly, just enjoyed listening to you. You're extremely knowledgeable. 2 or 3 specific questions. I was intrigued on one of your slides about a low-speed intersection. Could you further explain for me? I was very intrigued by that, how that works and how successful and efficient that is in terms of reducing or eliminating any form of accidents whatsoever. Through you, Chair Nan, please.
So through the chair to the councillor, so the concept of the low-speed intersection, this would be somewhere in kind of a neighborhood or residential area. The diagram that we showed it in the document, it's called what's called a raised intersection. So the entire intersection almost becomes a speed bump. So as you approach it, it actually goes up, it goes over, and it's down. So part of that is really trying to enforce the idea of actually stopping at the stop sign, that, you know, these rolling stops that a lot of people feel comfortable doing really aren't a practical option anymore, similar to the effect you kind of get from a speed bump. Added on top within the concept we showed in the slide, we added the kind of the bump outs to really force the vehicles to slow down as they're returning as well. So, you know, the combination of these more impactful traffic calming elements working together, they have that compound effect of really, you know, bringing speeds down, particularly at intersections, since we know those are, you know, the higher collision areas. So really trying to really slow down those traffic in those neighborhood, residential neighborhoods.
So Project Manager Jenkins, thank you for further elaborating. So did I detect you said more for 2 residential streets coming together at the Allway intersection, or are you also looking at 2 main arterial roads like a Mohawk and Upper Gauge as well, or that would be logistically a little bit problematic? Through you, Chair Nan, please.
So traditionally, we have these raised intersections to be more at a lower volume, lower speed intersections such as a neighborhood, though there are concepts. So for instance, in the manual, it's a collector meets a local road, where, for instance, you could actually continue the, so if you have a collector road and then a T road, with a local road is continuing to raise crosswalk. continuing through the intersection along the T-arm. So that way really prompting people coming off that street or onto that local street to really slow down, as well as really defining that pedestrian space.
Okay, a couple of last quick questions, Chair Nan, through you. Slide 18, I'm always fascinated and a little bit intrigued by the bus cycling competing interest. Did I see on slide 18, Trevor, that the bus would potentially use the cycling lane and or the cyclist would potentially use the public transit lane? Did I misinterpret, or can you further explain that, please, project manager?
Yep. So what we're showing on slide 18 with the compact urban intersection, so what basically would actually happen is there's the cycle track for the cyclist crossing in front of the bus stop. What would happen in practice is people waiting for the bus would wait on the sidewalk or wait on the bus shelter there, and as the vehicle approaches, cyclists would have to yield right away to people trying to get on and off the bus. We actually have a very similar design to this already at Macklin and King that's been installed for a number of years. And our recent Victoria Street cycle track between Cannon and Burge by the General Hospital, are utilizing a similar idea coming up soon, where we're going to have kind of what we call kind of floating island stops. So the people getting on and off transit would cross across the cycling facility, and the cyclists would yield to them whenever the bus is there. There's a number of examples of these. For instance, in London, Waterloo has a few examples. Toronto has a number of these involving streetcars and bus routes as well. So it is a fairly proven idea, though it is, probably newer to Hamilton in some areas, which, getting back to Councillor Paul's earlier comments, would require a bit of education for different folks.
Okay, Chair Nan, am I allowed one more, or is my time up?
You've got 5 seconds. Go.
5 seconds. Trevor Jenkins, real fast. Trevor, will there be exceptions such as Rymal Road with the environmental assessment that currently is approved? My point being, 5 lanes Rymal Road eventual expansion from Dartnell to Upper James. I see it somewhat problematic to put bike lanes there, rather on a parallel street just a short distance away like Stone Church, put the cycling lanes there, because the Rymal would be like the Link and the Red Hill. And thank you.
Hear a thing you said, Tom.
You can repeat yourself more slowly, and you also got cut off in that last second, but go for it, Trevor.
Yeah, so we are working with the Rymal Road EA team there to look at different opportunities. I don't know exactly where the design for that specific project has landed at the moment, though we are looking at different opportunities along that corridor to see what might be appropriate. If it is a cycling facility, whether a multi-use path might be more appropriate than, on-street bike lanes or something like that. But we are, as kind of staff, still working with the partners for environmental services who are leading that work.
So there might be exceptional circumstances on a particular street. Thank you so much, Chair Nan. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for the chuckles. Next up is Councillor Mula, and then myself, and then to Councillor Danko. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, the staff, with respect to, I guess, how far we've come as a community, I can recall when just getting a speed hump took 10 years. So, and I'm glad to know that in Stony Creek, they had speed humps in the 90s, but we didn't have a policy until 2002, I believe, when the motion came forward. Having said that, staff have come so far and are so progressive now, it's actually surreal to me how far we've come from a car-centric city to one that actually incorporates all modes of transportation. And for that, I applaud everyone on staff because we've come a long way. My question at this point is with respect to roundabouts. I truly believe that roundabouts are the most effective way to deal with intersections. The problem that we've always had in the older part of the city is obviously space. But my question at this point is, with this study, I know that we've had other studies regarding roundabouts, but have we tried to incorporate complete street models with roundabouts and trying to identify potential sites in the older part of the city that we could perhaps pursue? Because I'll tell you, I brought this up 15 years ago and people laughed at me, but I think this might be an issue that people might want to listen to today. So any thoughts along those lines?
Yep. So in terms of kind of roundabouts in the older city, one of the things the manual does touches on is what are called button roundabouts or neighborhood roundabouts. So you see these in some older cities like Vancouver and Toronto in particular, where it's not the full roundabout design you would see in newer developments, but smaller retrofitting existing neighborhoods. So we're actually doing a couple of pilot projects with this as part of our Bike Boulevard work in Ward 1, where we are actually installing a neighborhood roundabout just as a potential traffic calming tool, as well as supporting cyclists, because it does introduce that deflection that you do need to move. You just can't barrel down the road at a high speed. It really does introduce that roadway friction to really focus on how you speed. So I think there are projects where at least I can tell from my perspective, some of these Bike Boulevard projects we're working on are looking to introduce that as a potential concept, and I feel some of the complete street studies have looked at that idea as well. So I'd say there is it is a change, so it does require education, a bit of time to monitor and see how well it works. But I feel like opinions are shifting, and it might be a possibility.
Okay, I appreciate that, and taking into account that Ward 4 is home of a very interesting roundabout at the Queenston Traffic Circle, as well as below the Kenilworth axis, and I know Councillor Jackson up on Ward 6. Having said that, coming down the Kenilworth axis, from a complete street perspective, I've been trying to hammer down that particular section in the south end to try to bring it to one lane, in order to try to decrease capacity in order to decrease speeds. Something I need to say, because this is probably one of my last meetings, Public Works, that underneath the bridge, Kenilworth and the South Part, and I've said this a number of times, it needs to be reduced to one lane. It's just a matter of time before someone gets killed. It is the most frightening section to walk to the stairs. And by the way, there were no stairs there. Sorry, there were no sidewalks there until 2008. So that took a number of years to develop. But having said that, I need to publicly state that needs to come down to one lane in order to be a lot more safe, because at present it doesn't accommodate anything with respect to pedestrian safety. And I needed to say that publicly, and I appreciate your time, and I commend all of staff. I know that none of the staff in 2002 that laughed at speed humps and basically rejected it outright are on staff today, but I'm glad that the staff that are on today are so progressive and really in tune with what we really need. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Turning the chair over to Vice Chair Powers.
Councillor Nairn, just before there, Councillor Marula, if you go to the Republic of Ireland and virtually every small little community, they have what's called rollover roundabouts, and I became a master of driving them. Councillor Nairn, to you.
Thank you. I wanted to just say and reiterate the public support that we received through your consultations and the survey online, all hitting in the 90 percentile. Definitely indication that residents are very encouraged about this direction and to see this design manual come to finalization. I think it speaks to hopefulness, a sense of hope in our communities, that the future of our renewed public realm and our roadways is something to look forward to and will foster livable communities across the entire city. The key here is going to be the implementation. And to Councillor Vanderbeek's comment about this being achievable, I did have a question about what this means in terms of our capital financing plan and our existing master plan of our road priorities, and who might be able to comment on that, or if that's going to get integrated into. I think there is a report coming forward in terms of increased costs to road construction, etc. But do we anticipate that would be rolled into the 2023 budget analysis? I assume some of these complete street design elements cost more than what we had previously implemented or budgeted. Or check me on my assumption.
Through to you, Chair. Brian Hollingworth, Director of Transportation Planning and Parking. And I'll let Edward elaborate on what I provide, because I think Edward has really been the leader in changing the culture around budgeting right for projects. in many cases, we're doing it already. In some cases, it's not an increased cost. It's actually a saving, because the less wide a road is and the less asphalt there is, the less costs there are, both in capital in terms and ongoing operating and maintenance costs. So it's not always an increased cost. In some cases, it is. And I think what this guide does is helps us plan better for those major projects, as opposed to figuring out at the last minute, which sometimes increase costs in itself. So we can set the budget right from the start. I kind of view it also like accessible buildings, right? Like, we don't kind of decide if we're going to make a building accessible for people with mobility challenges. We just do it. And I think that's the way moving forward. But Edward probably has other things to say.
Thank you. Edward Solo, Chief Road Official. I'm just going to pick up where Brian left off there, really. In the past, and I'm going to have to say the word like for like, it's a term that I don't like to use at all. In the past, we budgeted for the road, we budgeted for the sidewalk, budgeted for the cycling facility, sometimes implemented them all separately as well. And really the phrase like for like is being replaced by one project, one budget. And that's the phrase we use now as we move forward to ensure that we have the complete scope of any roadway project that we're doing as we kind of move forward, and ensuring that we get that scope integrated into our budgeting process as early as possible, so that that we are including the breadth of the scope that is required as we move forward. So it really isn't an additional cost. We're doing it already. It's a matter of budgeting for it together.
Excellent. So I hear that speaks a lot to alignment, and I really love the concept of it being a holistic project versus an incremental project, and bringing our streetscape in this manual to life right away. That's excellent. The other component I wanted to draw on was the public communications piece being key. So I'm one of those fortunate wards that just completed a Ward 3 comprehensive complete streets technical road review with a set of 128 recommended design interventions to help make our neighborhoods more complete and livable. And the comprehensive nature of the report was astounding. But what was key was dedicating time with the community to have the conversation about what each of those interventions means. There's assumptions, right, about these are just trendy versus how they actually inform traffic flow, how they deliver in terms of community safety, and also what they can lend in terms of added benefits as well. And so I just wanted to get a sense about that public communications piece. Is that going to be integrated into the one project, one budget as each project comes down the master plan?
Yep.
We'll be implementing that? Yep.
So through the chair, so as part of kind of that conceptualization phase, we emphasize that engagement and collaboration with the community is a key element of this, and really it needs to be happening, once you actually start understanding the projects for exactly the reasons you laid out. I know some of these are going to represent changes in the community. While we've had, two-way cycle tracks downtown for years, it's still not a thing on the mountain yet. So really providing that education, that collaboration with the community is one of the key elements of that conceptualization phase. Part of the reason why we identify that stakeholder list and maps of different organizations, groups, committees that might be relevant to work. It will very much be kind of a project by project basis for that work, but it is really that intent of that conceptualization phase is really to start engaging with that community around the opportunities and really having that opportunity to work with them. It's funny you should mention your Ward 3 study. We had a very similar team working on this manual, which is, I think, why they're both very high quality products.
Yeah, they're excellent. Thank you so much. And one of the comments as a takeaway from those community conversation we had a couple of Thursdays ago was a mother who said, what you're proposing means that I actually have to drive further to get home, but the payoff is my kid can play on the front yard. And that says it all. So thank you again for everybody for all the work that you've done on this. This is great and very hopeful for the future of our city. Take back the chair, and second time, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and really appreciate the discussion this afternoon. Just a couple final brief questions from me. When we talk about complete streets and traffic safety initiatives, it can sometimes be portrayed as drivers versus cyclists, pedestrians, and it's kind of, you kind of get a visual metaphor of it being a tug of war of, the drivers on one side and pedestrians and cyclists on the other side tugging for that road space. And when I read this manual, I really get the sense that we are talking about the transportation network that involves all road users, and that there's a focus. It's not a competition between one road user or other. It's incorporating the best needs of everybody into the available space. So my question through you is just on that, kind of, I don't know what it is, traditional or previous mindset of drivers versus other people versus how we, look at complete streets from the transportation network perspective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I definitely agree with you. I think over the last particularly 15, 20 years, there has been a lot of evolution around, how we think, you're not a cyclist, you're not a motorist, you're just someone who needs to get from A to B. I think, we as staff, really the kind of the culture change that was talked about earlier, it's a transportation system. It serves multiple functions, it serves multiple people, it serves our economy, it serves our health, it serves our, our educational institutions. Really, it is kind of that evolution in thinking that, this is just, space between two property lines, and we need to be able to support people to get around, support our public realm, and really create a stronger and safer communities. Just as, you want to go to work and come home alive, you want to be able to go from work to school and come home alive. So, having that safety and that evolution and mindset is, I think, a key element of really what we've been trying to do with this manual, and really try to bring those building blocks together to show it as all one system.
Thank you. And my final question is, can I get a hard copy? And is there collaboration with other municipalities? This is a very professional, very well-researched and prepared document. Is there opportunities for, sharing what we've done, whether that's through licensing or other collaboration with other communities? Because I think what we are working on, what we've done, what we're going to be implementing would be very valuable for, other communities across Ontario.
Yeah, I would say we actually have had a number of municipalities already reach out with some interest to finding more about this. We were at the Ontario Bike Summit earlier this year and actually presented on it. And we have some collaborations going on with Niagara right now because they're going through the similar process. Sudbury's reached out to us. We were fortunate during phase one to actually meet with folks from London and Toronto and Boston and really learn from their experience. As municipalities, we want to keep that open mindset and continue to work with them. And as other jurisdictions go through the same process, meet with them, collaborate, and share our lessons learned, share our struggles, share the problems that came up and how we solve them. And as you kind of mentioned, this hasn't, as I mentioned a few times, this wasn't a short journey to get here. It hasn't taken time, but part of that was so we could have those discussions, figure out these problems early on. And, we want to continue doing that with our, colleagues in other jurisdictions.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Wonderful. That exhausts our speakers list, and it's been moved and seconded to approve. No, it hasn't been moved and seconded. I thought we did to get it. Oh, that presentation was. Thank you. So the presentation, to receive the presentation, moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Van Der Beek. Yep. Councillor Powers, thumbs up. And that carries. We will consider the report after delegation on the subject. Next up is public hearings and delegations. First up is 9.1, John Kozlowski, respecting monuments at East Lawn Cemetery. The request was for an in-person delegation, and I don't see them in the chambers. Okay. So we'll move forward then. 9.2.
Madam Chair, I would move that this gentleman be allotted another time at his request, please.
Certainly. Don't need a motion for that? Great. Okay. Moving forward to 9.2 is proposed permanent closure of a portion of 390 Melvin Avenue, Hamilton in Ward 4, as required under the city's bylaw number 14-204. A public meeting is required. Notice of this public meeting was provided and posted on the City of Hamilton's website. The notice advised that anyone whose lands are prejudicially affected may appear before committee. And there is one individual who has pre-registered to be a virtual delegate, which is Laura Taylor. And at this time, I'd like to call on the registered speaker, Laura Taylor, to delegate. Please come to the podium and you will have 5 minutes to present. Good afternoon, Laura.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me today. I'm actually going to be speaking on behalf of many different residents that are all located in that neighborhood. My name is Laura Taylor. I reside in Ward 4. I'm actually a lifelong Ward 4 resident. So I'd like to begin with the discussion on the picture for Appendix A. It shows that the closure of 390 Melvin Avenue would actually include the pathway or the walkway that runs alongside the community garden that's down there. It also connects to a pathway that's a walkthrough from Britannia Road to Heath Street. So those pathways actually connect the McQuestion West and the McQuestion East neighborhoods. Sorry, excuse me. There's many residents every day that come out of Oriole Crescent 1 and Oriole Crescent 2 that use those pathways to connect with public transit. More specifically, the Bayfront bus, which runs along Barton Street from Woodward. So it would actually limit their access point to be able to reach transit. There's also children that use that pathway that's in 390 Melvin to get to and from Hillcrest School. With that pathway closed, with the closing of 390, how would those children get to Hillcrest? They would have to walk out to Melvin Avenue, which now puts them out on the street where parents don't want their kids walking because they have a safe pathway to be out of major roadways. We also have a park that's included in 390 Melvin. So what the residents are wondering is what's going to be the status of the park if this is closed and the land is sold. We also have, there's a loop, if you look at the appendix, it connects the pathway that runs alongside the community garden that connects up with Woodward. It runs down the back and it connects with what was the old St. Helens School. So we have a lot of seniors in the neighborhood that actually use those pathways, that loop, to get out and get their daily exercise. But we also have a lot of children that are coming from the McQuestion East neighborhood, which is as far down as Talbot and Banzitmart. And those kids have to use that pathway to get up to the park. So having said that, we're just mostly wondering what's happening with the community access points, but we're also kind of wondering what's happening with the garden. So right now the garden is used by the community. We have a lot of high school students that use that garden to get their community hours that are required for graduation. But we also have a lot of different organizations within our community that access foods that are grown at that community garden. So with this address being closed to be sold, we're just wondering where does that leave the residents? Even though their land technically, there's no abutment issues with that parcel of land, but there is a greater impact on the entire McQuestion East, McQuestion West neighborhood. So what we're asking council and the committee and staff is just to review the concerns, review the questions before making a decision on passing the bylaw to close the land. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Any questions for Laura? Yes, we have Councillor Marula. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Laura, thanks for being here today. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think it would be uncomfortable for me to support this knowing I'm not running this fall. So what I'd like to do is defer this decision until the new council, and I'll move that accordingly at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none, then may I please have a mover and seconder to receive the registered delegation? Moved by Councillor Marula, seconded by Councillor Powers. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers, thank you. And that carries. Are there any other members of the public wishing to address committee on this item? For a second time, any other members of the public who wish to come forward to speak to this matter? And for the third and final time, any members of the public who wish to speak on this matter? Seeing none, may I please have a mover and seconder to close the public meeting? Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Vanderbeek. Electronic vote is coming. There it is. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Thank you. And that carries. The public meeting is now closed. On the report, Councillor Marilla.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Farr that the item be referred to staff for further consultation with the community to be dealt with the new term of council on November 15th, 2022.
Thank you. In response, sorry, one second, clerk. Councillor Marula, staff would like to speak to the report, just to give a little more context.
Sure.
Sounds good. Okay. Who's going to be speaking? It says there's planning staff that are listed on this report.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would request Susan Jacob, Acting Director of Engineering Services. Tiffany Singh, Senior Planner, is available online. She would like to talk about it.
Okay. Sorry, I was looking around the chambers. I forgot that we're in a hybrid meeting. My apologies. Go ahead, Tiffany.
Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. Can everyone hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. So Tiffany Singh, Senior Planner, Planning Division, and involved with the disposition of the city-owned lands, formerly known as the St. Helens School Site. So the item that we're discussing today is simply a technical error that's being corrected for the transfer of land to facilitate the Indigenous-led development for a community hub. So for clarity, this is not a physical closure of any existing walkways through the site. So at the council meeting on June 22nd, it was made public that the land would be transferred to an Indigenous partnership consisting of sorry, I always mispronounce it, Des Droits de Desne, NWASA, and the Ontario Aboriginal Housing Services to facilitate the development of the Bindigan Wellbeing Centre. So staff noticed a technical error regarding 390 Melvin when reviewing the lands in question for the purpose of the land transfer. This parcel was an unassumed road allowance that does not function as a road, but we're just looking to formally close it to facilitate a clean transfer of land. So with regards to the concerns that have been brought forward by the delegate, the proposed road closure will not have any immediate impacts to the playground, to any of the walkways, or to the McQuestion Urban Farm. That I'd also like to note is currently now operated by NWASA, and they are one of the partners as part of the Bindigan Partnership. So the future redevelopment of the site may have impacts to the walkways and the garden component, as any construction project would have. But the Bindigan Partnership seeks to reincorporate these features into their overall design for their Wellbeing Center. So the Wellbeing Center, just to clarify, it will consist of Aboriginal Health Services in partnership with McMaster, affordable housing, daycare, and the urban farming components, as well as some other smaller community services. So my understanding is that the Bindigan Partnership will actually be providing more information about the scope of work on their projects at an upcoming celebration on, I think it's Friday, actually next Friday, July 15th.
Thank you so much. Very important information. Councillor Marula?
Yes, thanks. Thanks very much. And that's information I probably should have pursued prior to bringing forward my motion, because I did feel a little uncomfortable based on what I was reading. Having said that, both those initiatives I'm very proud of, and we've been part of that process for the last 10 years. So on the purchase of the building, I'm not going to say anything further because the celebration's on Friday, but we will move forward. But one thing I do need to say to the public, no need to worry. But I was worried too there for a moment, so I can understand your anxiety. Appreciate your time. Thanks very much. And both of those, the urban farm as well as the future community and health center, are something that is part of the Renaissance in Ward 4 East Hamilton, and I'm very proud of it. Thanks very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. A tremendous community asset. So you're formally withdrawing the motion, Councillor? Thank you. Next up is Councillor Farr.
As a seconder, I'm happy to formally withdraw alongside of my only question for you to Tiffany. How come that couldn't be, that analysis you just offered, be put into the report that's before us? I was caught off guard myself, and I obviously a little embarrassed.
Through the chair to the councillor. So I think it really relates to when that motion was made public. So the report was kind of already in the cycle, and then the motion about the land transfer only became public at the June 22nd meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now to have a mover and seconder on the report, we'll keep it as Councillor Marula and seconded by Councillor Farr in terms of the report that's before us. And we'll move to electronic vote. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Thank you very much. And I would invite the registered delegate who spoke to attend the public meeting and celebration next Friday to learn more information. Great, that carries. Moving forward, we will receive all the delegations together, but that was the only one, no? We have one more. Okay. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Next on the agenda is 9.3, Susan Creer, respecting 8.1, our Complete Streets Design Manual. Call upon Susan to please come forward for your delegation. Is it virtual? Oh, yes. There you are. Thank you, Susan. I can see you now. And can you just say good afternoon so I can check your mic?
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. So you have 5 minutes. Please proceed.
All right. I have a PowerPoint, but I'm not as familiar with the WebEx version, so I will forward that to all of the councillors' assistants afterwards. And I have my 5-minute presentation here. I've got my ice pack here because I'm in a lot of pain. Lots of things going on. Thank you for allowing me to present. Thank you to the councillors, the committee, and all of the other members and the city staff members as well. I will keep my comments to 5 minutes as required. I am mindful, of course, of the deaths in our city. I know someone who is a tenant in the apartment building at the Gage area there. As a woman with a disability, not my fault, and a disabled parking permit, the Complete Streets design worries me for lots of reasons. I've got my ice pack on just because it's been a long day for a lot of people, especially because people like myself can't ride any longer. The designs I feel are dangerous for the disabled residents who need the parking spaces near the Hunter Street GO station, for example. They're lawyers on Aberdeen and specialists at St. Joe's, for example. The one frustration I have with the bike lanes on Hat Street is that I've put pictures in the PowerPoint. I have pictures of the kids leaving the Dundas Valley School of Art last August, trying to cross the busy bike lane and then with their parents to get into their parked vehicles, which are now in a very busy parking lane, like is the similar on Charlton. So for the record, I want it known that I don't feel safe on Charlton Avenue anymore. I certainly don't feel safe on Hot Street, and definitely not on Hunter Avenue. And I'll go along a bit more about Hunter Avenue. The Hot Street lanes, the way it's set up right now, there's a lot of industrial traffic on that road. I'm from Dundas originally, and when I learned how to ride, we were still living on Mercer Street in Dundas, so I was taught how to ride. And when I knew what I was doing, we went down to the Dundas police station, and I had to pay my $2 fee after I got checked out by the chief to make sure I knew what I was doing. The one frustration I have with the complete streets is that sadly, it just looks to me like the cyclists are more important than the pedestrians and the people in the city with disabilities. That's one of my ongoing frustrations with this, especially those huge, heavy concrete planters on the Charlton Avenue, because you can't get around those ones. And more importantly, if you're like my friend, whose name I won't say because that's not confidential, but one of her jobs is driving patients from a drop-in mental health clinic in Simcoe down to the outpatient clinic here at St. Joe's, she can't swing her wheelchair out, or she's driving a customer with a wheelchair, she can't swing her wheelchair device out. So that's one of the frustrations with those bike lanes and the reduced lanes here, especially because we sometimes forget, the counselors and the staff forget that we're a regional treatment center. You know, the general is a regional car accident center, the stroke centers and everything. And there are numerous outpatient clinics at St. Joe's. So when you take away bike lane, or when you take away parking lanes and metered parking spaces for people who have disabled parking permits and just want to bring their loved one down for an appointment, that really has a knock-on effect that's very negative. That's been one of the frustrations. I know people that work at St. Joseph's downtown and hate the bike lanes for reducing the access to the hospital as well. And that's been one of the frustrations there. There is also an article from Nick I'm going to spell it, Micione from Dundas, who wrote an op-ed in October 23rd, 2016. He said, not all cyclists support the bike lanes on Aberdeen, and he gives a very detailed description as to how, as a cyclist, the designs are wrong. And that's one of the frustrations. I agree with him. I know 3 businesses in Dundas on Hot Street that closed because of the bike lanes there. And that's not frustrating, that the safety of the young kids leaving the Dundas Footloose Boulevard, somehow they're less important than the cyclists and the other businesses in the area. That's one of the issues that I have with these lanes. And that's also the Aberdeen and Charlton Avenue bike lanes are the roads there are very dangerous. I was parking downtown Hamilton. I'd been asked to speak at an evening meeting in August 2019. I included pictures of my van in the PowerPoint. But when I was trying to walk back, there's the really busy lane, and then there's me trying to get with my cane, and I had my wheeled laptop bag with me with my laptop and my speech, the stuff I needed for my speech. And then I couldn't get my van door open. And then I was trying to cross the busy bike lane and then trying to cross the busy traffic lane. It's just really, really badly designed. And it's a liability issue from every single personal injury lawyer that I've talked to. And believe me, after all the experience I have with accidents, I know whereof I speak. The next question I have is, where is all this money coming from for the bike lanes? We have Sewergate, no offense, and notoriously bad roads that need work. And that's one of the things. Sharing roads is fine. I don't have any problem with that, but not in such a way that it endangers children and the disabled in our community. Cyclists have to learn the rules of the road as well. I was visiting church in Westdale recently. This was before the pandemic. I know one person who attends a church there, and they put up some fun artwork every now and then. I thought, oh, I'll go check that out just to see. And then I know some of the store owners in the little plaza across from the Food Basics, because that's a nice little grocery store in there too. But with the new bike lane that's in there now, it's even more dangerous. But I got run over by 2 young men on Sobe bikes with no helmets, trying to get into the church. And I was embarrassed because I was late and I didn't realize they had one of the lifts. And so I hate being late. That's one of my frustrations.
Susan, I have to interrupt you. I apologize. You've passed the 5-minute mark, and I was giving you a little bit of leniency.
Thank you.
Take a minute just to are you complete?
I
You're
had
good.
3 sentences left. Thank you.
Say the 3 sentences, please. Go ahead.
Yes, I do the Toastmasters, so this is 500 words max. My final comments are the cyclists in Westdale seem to be pretty entitled and have an attitude. Same problem I notice up in Ancaster with the cycle club students, and that's a challenge. And I just get frustrated because it sometimes seems like the local, when these bike lanes are put in, that it seems like the cyclists are being rewarded for some bad behavior, when in reality, the shop owners, I know they're frustrated because they've been having their customers run over by cyclists for years, long before they had the bike lane. That's been one of my frustrations. Thank you for letting me share. Thank you, Councillor Nan, for letting me go over. And I will follow up with a proper PowerPoint afterwards with pictures.
Thank you, Susan, for coming this afternoon and for delegating to this Public Works Committee. Colleagues, any questions for Susan?
Yes.
Councillor Pauls. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Susan, for coming, and I understand your frustration. I am a biker, and sometimes I know that, some bikers think, the road is there, so I understand. My question to Trevor was, we want to educate drivers, we want to educate, make sure our roads are safe and all that, but I think we need to educate even the bikers that we still have people with disability and people with wheelchair, and we still have people that need the roads, so it's not just all about the cars, and it's everybody's inclusive. This is not, we're all supposed to be inclusive, and this is not like I heard someone say, it's not about cars against cyclists and who's better than who. We want to work together, and your speech and what you said really touched me. We need to work together, and I hope we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. Any other colleagues have questions for our delegate? Seeing none, thank you again, Susan, for coming. And we'll move on to the next delegation, which is 9.4, respecting 10.3, Highway 52 at Powerline Road West Roundabout Implementation Plan, PW Report 22056. David Jones from Turn On Powerline. I'd like to call upon you to please turn on your video and unmute yourself. I can see you. Do you want to just say good afternoon so I can check your mic?
Good afternoon, Chair Nan.
I can hear you, so you'll have 5 minutes.
Okay, Chair Nan and members of the committee, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to appear again today. I will be brief. On behalf of the 100 families in our Turn On Powerline group, I'd like to support the report before you. I would also like to personally thank Mike Field and his staff for their efforts. Update since the April 22nd meeting, we've had 2 multi-vehicle accidents at this intersection since the meeting. One accident had the potential for tragedy. Penny Santa Barbara, the driver involved, was hoping to speak on her experience, but is unavailable. Penny and her teenage daughter were waiting to turn left onto Powerline, and they were rear-ended at highway speed and pushed into the path of oncoming traffic. Fortunately, the truck driver in the opposite lane was alert and able to steer onto the shoulder and avoid a head-on collision. I should add, the catalyst for me taking on this issue was a near miss I experienced in August 2020 that was similar to Penny's situation. Since her accident, I've made every effort to head west at the Jerseyville roundabout and across Field Road to Powerline, avoiding this intersection. Since the meeting, we've received support of the National Cycling Center of Hamilton that operates out of Morgan Firestone Arena on Jerseyville Road. They have nearly 1,500 Twitter followers, and our information is being shared there. We've received support from the Paris Ancaster Bike Race Group, who struggle with the logistics of this being the most difficult crossing on their bike race route every April. And we've also received informal support from members of your Hamilton Citizens Advisory Committee on Cycling, and it appears that they are asking for more information from internal staff. Sorry. The price tag for upgrading to a roundabout was sticker shock for a layperson. There was a comprehensive report submitted in 2008 by city staff members Gallo and Solomon advocating for roundabouts. Their example was the Fall Fairway in Binbrook, where the estimated capital cost was $410,000, cheaper than a signal intersection. That same report also concluded that roundabouts reduced fatal and incapacitating collisions by 90%. Now, nobody has been able to put a dollar figure on the cost of a human life, so 3 to 5 million is probably in the ballpark. As far as timeline goes, as you can imagine, we would like to see an escalated timeline because we were deferred because of the budget restraints 15 years ago. They did Jerseyville, but Powerline was deferred, so I think we've waited long enough. Once a project has been assessed as a public safety issue, assigning it to a timeline is just creating a ticking time bomb. It's just a matter of time before we have a pedestrian or cyclist struck at highway speed at the rail trail crossing. The wheels are in motion to remove area-based rating, and rural residents will be paying more taxes and not receiving any additional services. And this expenditure would help smooth that rocky transition. In conclusion, I wonder, is it possible through the chair to ask staff a question?
It's not, but you can mention it as part of your delegation. And
Okay.
then one of my colleagues could supplement it for you.
Okay. The financial section of the report speaks of additional costs of land acquisition. And during my April 22nd presentation and the follow-up discussion with Councillor Ferguson, I made comments that indicated that the Conservation Authority would be interested in being partners in any project that would make their rail trail crossing safer for pedestrians and cyclists, and that land acquisition would be painless. As a result of the meetings that staff had with them, I'm just wondering if my statements are still considered accurate. And a follow-up question to that would be, would it be a safe assumption that the Conservation Authority would have a lack of interest in being in a partner in any project that doesn't increase rail trail user safety? And I'm speaking of left turn lane in particular. That's all, thanks.
Thank you, David, for coming in this afternoon and for your delegation. Colleagues, any questions for David? Councillor Ferguson.
First of all, David, thanks for coming out again today. It's nice to see you again. I assume you've read the staff report because you quoted from it on the financial side. So you must be pleased with the recommendation that staff are recommending that we proceed with the roundabout process. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes. I'm very, very happy. I'm assuming that the willingness to spend more than the cost of a left turn lane indicates that staff does embrace the idea that the roundabout is the way to go.
Well, there's no question they're safer. Yes. The beauty of a round turn lane, it would be a lot quicker to get in because, as you can see, we need to go through an environmental assessment now. That's a provincial requirement that we must do environmental assessment. And when it gets to questions of staff, I'll ask Mike how long he thinks that would take, but typically it's 2 to 3 years has been my experience. Now, this is pretty simple, and I'm not sure if one wasn't done, it just needs to be refreshed when the Jerseyville Road roundabout was done, because they did look at both at the same time. And so I just wanted to make sure you saw the report and make sure you're satisfied with it, that we're going down that road. It will take time because we have to do the environmental assessment that has to get in the capital budget and get approved. But, and I realize it's a tipping time bomb, and hopefully a lot of your members will follow your example and use the roundabout at Jerseyville to go up Jerseyville Road and downfield to Powerline rather than make that a dangerous turn. So that's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and thank you, David, again. Moving on to the next delegate is Ben Lowith. Ben, if you could please, on the same item, Highway 52 at Powerline Road West Roundabout Implementation Plan, I see you. Can you say good afternoon so I can check your mic?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me.
We can hear you clearly. Please proceed. You have 5 minutes.
Very good. I'd start like to thank Dave Jones for spearheading this initiative, and Councillor Ferguson as well for his assistance in making this come to the point that it's at now. My name is Ben Loweth, and with my father and my uncle, I'm one of the owners of Joe Loweth and Sons, which is a dairy farm located right at the intersection in question of Highway 52 and Powerline Road. I'll be speaking in favor of the roundabout at the corner. It's already been noted. The number of accidents on the corner and the even more near misses with people passing on the shoulder. So I don't feel the need to address these points again. What I'd like to do today is to draw the attention to some of the fantastic agritourism that has grown up along this stretch. There's now a significant number of farms that are open to the public between Jerseyville Road and Copetown. There's the Myers Apple Farm, which is a fantastic retail store and pick your own orchard. There's Manor Run Farms, which is an organic farm and a CSA, which also hosts the farm crawl events. There's Oak Ridge Nursery, there's McGregor's Produce, Josmar Acres, and then our own business right at the corner in question. This week, or actually last week, we started pouring the foundation for Summit Station Dairy and Creamery. We're going to be processing our own milk, and there's a retail outlet as well as some agritourism going to be associated with that new business. All these different farm businesses, rather than competing with each other, are creating a location for people to shop and learn about agriculture. Of the businesses that I've mentioned, at least 3 of them are looking to expand their operations, and we ourselves hope to host some tours of our cheese plant and our dairy farm. So the point is that this intersection is going to get even busier in the future. In addition to these businesses, it's doubtless that the new Ancaster Fair location just up the road is also going to drive more traffic and people seeking a country destination experience. All this agriculture and agritourism developments, while incredibly positive and exciting for the city, will also doubtlessly increase the traffic along this intersection. And not only the volume of the traffic, but it's going to be drivers who are not familiar with the area that are looking for the particular farm that they're trying to find. So I'm confident that the study of the intersection will prove that a roundabout at the corner of 52 and Powerline is needed to reduce injuries and help in, and not only reduce injuries, but help in the development of this rural business area. Just a last point, I just want to add to something that Mr. Jones said with the Conservation Authority being on board with potentially donating or working with as one of the landowners on the corner to make a roundabout happen. We are the landowners on one of the other corners, and our farm would absolutely be interested in talking about supplying some of the land if that's what it takes to make the roundabout necessary as well. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you again for coming in. Councillor Ferguson, and then followed by Councillor Powers, or is that a wave hello? Councillor Powers is just waving. Okay, Councillor Ferguson, please proceed.
Ben, first of all, are you telling us then you would donate some land for that roundabout then at your location?
Certainly we'd have to talk about how many acres and stuff like that, but yes, we would absolutely be willing to have those discussions with the city if that's what it took to make that a reality.
Because I am chairman of the Conservation Authority, and we have land disposition policies, but I think it would make it safer for our trail walkers too to not have to cross the highway. The current crossing, as you know, is away from the intersection, and we have to redirect that trail, so there's some costs with that. But I don't think the Conservation Authority would be a hindrance here whatsoever, because it's the right thing to do. Yeah. And so you have got your building permit for your dairy then?
The cement was poured last week. You can see the walls, so it's happening. We're now committed.
And you're going to have your open house again in January this year after 2-year hiatus because of the pandemic?
That's right. And so hopefully by that time there'll be walls up, the building will be built, and people can kind of see what it's going to look like. So we're buy
a couple of quarts of milk. But the
a little PSA
just for the benefit of council. Just for the benefit of council, they run a dairy farm. I misquoted last time. Ben and his dad straightened me out on this. I said they had 800 cows. They actually have 1,000, and so that's a very large operation. And I encourage everybody to take your grandchildren or your kids out to see it, because they milk 3 times a day, which is not typical. Typically, dairy farmers milk twice a day, but it's just a machine in there, and it'd be really worthwhile for children to get out and see it. So, thanks for coming in again, Ben, and we'll see what we can do to move this along.
Thank you. Thank you again, Ben, for coming in this afternoon. The following delegations have been withdrawn. Penny Santa Barbara on this item, as well as on 9.5, the delegation requests that were indicated under item 12.6 are also withdrawn. So at this point, we are moving to receive the delegations that we've had. So moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Powers. Thank you both. And if I could please get an electronic vote, thumbs up from Councillor Powers to receive the delegations we've had today. That carries. Coming back to report 8.1, Complete Streets Design Manual. Report moved by Councillors Danko and Pauls. And we've discussed it through the presentation, but any other further discussion, colleagues, on the report? Seeing none, we now move to approve this incredible piece of work before you electronically. And that carries unanimously. Congratulations. Moving on to discussion items. 10.1, York and Valley Booster Pumping Station Municipal Class Environmental Assessment Addendum Report, PW 06121B. Mover and seconder, please. Ward 13. Thank you. Councillor Ferguson and Pearson. Any discussion on this item? We do have staff prepared to answer any questions if needed. Nobody's on the speakers list, then we'll move to approve the recommendations in the report. Electronic vote, a thumbs up from Councillor Powers, thank you. And that carries. Moving on to 10.2. Standardization of Hamilton Water Equipment and Services, PW Report 22053. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Pearson, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Powers. Any discussion respecting this item? Seeing none, then we'll move to approve the recommendations in the report. Please indicate electronically. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers, thank you. And that vote carries. Moving on to 10.3, Highway 52 at Powerline Road West Roundabout Implementation Plan, PW 22056. Mover and seconder, please, to put the report on the floor. Moved by Councillor Ferguson, second by Councillor Powers. Any discussion, please? Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, just some questions to Mike Field then. Mike, you're recommending that we start the EA process. In your experience in this type of installation in a rural area, how long will that take?
Through the chair to the councillor, Mike Field, Acting Director of Transportation Operations and Maintenance. I think I'll defer that question to Susan Jacobs. She has the group who would undertake the EA. They did provide information into this report, and it is noted as taking up to a significant amount of time possibly to undertake the EA, such as you referenced. So I'll leave it with Susan if she can give a more concise answer than I can.
So if Susan is in there, though, I'd just like to go on the public record how long you think it would take. It's not like an urban street. It's Highway 52. It's in the country. And I'll come back to the property acquisition later, but how long would that take?
Director Jacobs is online. Oh, Chief Road Official Saldo is able to take the question.
Thank you.
A little technical difficulty with the microphone.
No, working.
All right.
Not working? None of them are working. Do you want to come down? Here we can definitely choose this one. Yeah. We're having a little technical difficulty with the mics in the chambers. Just a moment, Councillor.
No problem.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can fine now.
Through the chair, Edward Soldo, Chief Road Official. Councillor, in terms of an EA, a typical EA takes usually about at least 1.5 years to 2 years. We're talking about an urban or rural environment here, but we still need to undertake a 4 seasons inventory of the natural features in the area, and there is quite a significant amount around there. You'd be looking at anywhere between 1.5 years to 2 years to undertake the EA itself, and we have to fit this project within the work plan that the group currently has today, and they do have quite a bit of a work plan already outlined over the course of the next little bit. So we'll be putting this forward in terms of timing and funding as part of the 2023 capital budget process.
So just so I'm clear on this, Edward, is the 1.5 to 2 years include getting it in the work plan and actually doing the work?
The 1.5 to 2 years would include retaining the consultant, undertaking the EA, finalizing the EA, coming back to council. After that point, you still have detailed design to undertake, and then you would undertake construction.
Okay, I suspect we'll get some pushback from the community on that because that's quite a while, but at least I appreciate your honesty. I know it's a very arduous process to go through. And my second question, I don't know whether to address it to Edward or to Mike, but I heard you a very generous offer from the Lois to donate the land that were required on the northwest corner. And of course, the southwest, southeast, and northeast corners owned by the Conservation Authority. So can we, before the environmental assessment, can we not start negotiating with those parties? It's only the Conservation Authority who will benefit from this, and I would be very supportive when it came to the board. Can we not get a hold of them and start that process to acquire the land for the roundabout shortly?
Through the chair to the councillor, we've already started discussions with the Conservation Authority about what this configuration may or may not look like. It's a bit premature to start having negotiations about land transfers or purchases of land until we actually know what the footprint of this roundabout is going to look like, and that really will come through the environmental assessment.
Okay, all you have to do is go down Jerseyville Road, measure the circumference of that roundabout, and I think you'll get a good feel for it because that's the design that was used, and it's the exact same road, and it's going into another rural road. So I just don't want to slow the process down, and you had Ben Lowith offering to donate this land. It'd be good to get that, tied up and a bow on it if we can.
Through the chair to council, we can definitely keep the lines of communication open with the Conservation Authority, but there is other approvals that we'll need to get as well through this process. It actually doesn't fall within the jurisdiction of the Conservation Authority. This falls underneath a different CA, I believe, in this area. So we'll have to have those discussions about permits and as well with others.
So we've crossed into the Grand River Conservation Authority over there, do we? I didn't think it was over as far as 52 Highway, but I could be wrong on that.
That brings you to your time.
Can you get an answer to that question?
About whether it moves over to Grand River Conservation Authority?
Is it in the Grand River or is it in the Hamilton Conservation Authority watershed?
Through the chair to council, I think I'll have to get back to you exactly on that jurisdiction there, but we already have started those conversations with the Hamilton Conservation Authority.
Okay, so it is Hamilton. Okay, that's all my questions.
Thank you. Seeing nobody else on the speakers list, it's been moved and seconded. Recommendations in the report are before you for electronic vote. Thumbs up, no, thumbs up from Councillor Bowers. Thank you. And that carries 10-0. Next up is 10.4, Municipal Hazardous and Special Waste Program Update and Contract Extension, PW Report 22059. We do have Angela Story, Director of Waste Management, available to provide an introduction or some highlight comments. What would committee members prefer? Presentation, overview, Councillor Pearson.
Well, Madam Chair, a real quick overview, I think it would be appropriate, because it's certainly something I think our colleagues here should know what's happening. This has to do with the transfer of the blue box, or not blue box, the hazardous waste and special products under producer responsibilities. So I think it would be good, and it's very interesting. I support the recommendation. I'll move them at the appropriate time, but it's interesting on the number of items that are regulated compared to the number of items that we collect, and I'll let Angela explain that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. So go ahead, Angela, to provide a brief overview, please.
That's great. Through the chair to committee, I won't make it a PowerPoint presentation, but I'll just run through the information. So as you've seen here today, this is related to it's Angela Story, Director of Waste Management. You've seen here today that we're looking for 3 recommendations. One is to maintain the current service levels of the Household Hazardous Waste Program at our depots. The second is to continue allocating operating funds to maintain those service levels. And the third is to extend the existing contract through a Policy 11, just so we can put out an appropriate tender for the long-term management of the contract. The background, as Councillor Pearson mentioned, the City of Hamilton does operate 3 household hazardous waste depots at one at each of the community recycling centres, which, as you know, are in Dundas, on Kenora Avenue, and on Hamilton Mountain. The depots have been in operation for over 15 years. Hamilton residents rely on the depots as one-stop locations where a wide range of hazardous waste products can be disposed of free of charge. Prior to October 2021, Hamilton used to receive partial funding from the Resource Productivity and Recovery Authority, or RPRA, partially funding for the products that were accepted at the depots. Currently, we accept 58 hazardous waste products at our depots. Some of the most common products that we accept at the depots would be aerosol cans, gasoline, propane tanks, other automotive fuels, needles and syringes, and pool chemicals. As Councillor Pearson mentioned, as part of the Waste Free Ontario Act, a new household special products regulation came into effect in October of 2021. The regulation changed the funding model by designating certain hazardous waste products subject to producer responsibility, where full costs for the collection would be paid by the producers. The new HSP program is managed by PROs, or Producer Responsibility Organizations, on behalf of those producers. Unfortunately, the agreements with PROs are for only 14 of the 58 products that we currently collect at our depots. Based on 2022 budget projections, the 14 designated products currently under the agreement is worth about $157,000 that we will have offset for our expenses. Some of the designated hazardous waste items that are in the regulation include antifreeze, dry cell and rechargeable batteries, pesticides, and paint. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, there are 44 products that are not designated under the new regulation. The most frequent dropped-off items that are not designated include flammable organics like gasoline, fluorescent bulbs and tubes, inorganic bases like detergent, aerosols, and pathological waste like sharps and needles. So as you can see there's a servicing gap. 44 of the 58 hazardous waste items collected at our depots are not designated for producer responsibility under the regulation, so there is no financial compensation for us. For Hamilton to continue offering and collecting the items at the existing level of service, we would need to fund the 44 non-designated products. Since the PROs were not finalized at year end, the 2022 operating budget did not include any producer funding for the Haz Waste program, and the full cost of the budget was $751,000. As I mentioned earlier, the pro agreements result in $157,000 in offset expenses, so the budget projection for our program this year is $593,000. Budget for 2023 onward would continue to come forward as a budget request. Impacts, as you can imagine, from discontinuing collection would be the disposed of in the garbage ending up in landfill. They could be illegally dumped, they could be poured down sanitary drains, or they could be emptied into storm drains and catch basins. As you know, our staff are involved in industry participation. We sit on committees and we provide responses when new regulations and information is provided. We will continue to pressure to designate more materials so that there'll be an increased cost recovery for managing those items. We'll prepare a list of take-back locations so residents know where they can take back the items instead of just bringing them to the depots. An example would be needles can go back to drugstores and paint can go back to paint or hardware stores. And finally, we'll continue to update Waste Management Advisory Committee and Council regarding contract negotiations and updates to the regulation. So our current contract that we started in 2016 expires on September 30th, 2022. As agreements were made available and finalized not until April of 2022, it uncovered the high number of non-designated materials in the regulation, so there was insufficient time to develop a request for tender to service the depots long term. Extending the current contract will provide us with the time to tender. The current contractor has agreed to hold the existing contract terms between our October 1st and December 31st timeframe. And based on the timeline to complete the tender process, we're also asking for month-to-month extension going into the new year if we need it. And in early discussions with the contractor, it would be about an 11% increase in the contract for next year, month to month. And that's just based on the changing costs to manage the materials since our original contract was dated back in 2016. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that overview. Councillor Pearson, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I don't have any questions. I want to thank Angela because she's very clear and concise on this item. But as my committee colleagues can see, it's very unfortunate. It's like we've been put in a catch-22 situation with hazardous materials that we've been collecting for years, and now we don't have cost recovery opportunities with that. And I think the scariest ones are, because they're still being produced. I just went to purchase new fluorescent light bulbs a couple weeks ago. Energy efficient bulbs that the public don't realize, they just don't go in the garbage can. But the list, as you can see before you, of 44 more items that we do take, and I am fully supportive that we continue to take it, because I'll tell you, with the rural area around me, I would hate to see that we have an increase in illegal dumping of hazardous materials. So at the appropriate time, as I said earlier, I'll move the report. Thank you.
Thank you.
And recommendation.
No further speakers. Moved by yourself, seconded by fellow Waste Management Committee member, Councillor Danko. Awesome. Before you for electronic vote. And that carries. All right, colleagues, we're on to motions. Installation of a speed cushion as a traffic calming measure on East 26th Street, Ward 7. Councillor Pauls, please introduce your motion and please indicate your seconder.
Councillor Jackson, thank you. I'm just going to maneuver here to my motion. This is East 26. As you recall, last month we had East 26. This is the top part of East 26. So really, we're putting one from Concession to Crockett and one from Crockett to Queensdale. And as you notice, there are, I think, 21 out of 30, but as you know, I went down the street and most people are not home, and that's why they do not sign. But everybody I spoke to the next day, they're all in favor, so I'm going to read the motion now. Installation of speed cushion as a traffic calming measure, and it's appropriate as we talk about it today after the review we did today about safe streets. Whereas residents on East 26th Street in Ward 7 have advocated for installation of speed cushioning address roadway safety concern as a result of speeding, and whereas signature were collected from residents resulting in support 21 out of 30 homes on East 26th Street for installation of speed cushion as a traffic calming measure. Therefore, be resolved that the transportation operation maintenance staff be authorized and directed to install one speed cushion as a traffic calming measure on East 26th Street between Concession Street and Crockett as part of the 2022 traffic calming program fall application. That all costs associated with the installation of one speed cushion bump on East 26th Street between Concession Street and Crockett be funded from the Ward 7 Capital Reinvestment Reserve 108057 to be completed under the contract C15-1222 project ID 4242209-704. And an upset limit including contingency not to exceed 7,000, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements and accessory documents with such term as condition in form of satisfactory to the city solicitor. Thank you, and in light of what we talked about today, this is very much needed. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded, committee. It's before you for electronic vote. Councillor Powers, thumbs up. That carries now on to 11.2, accessible portable toilets at Inch Park at 400 Queensdale Avenue East in Hamilton, Ward 7. Again, Councillor Pauls, please introduce your motion and your second.
Thank you very much. And yesterday I went, there was about 100 players playing baseball there, and they definitely need portable toilets. This is for accessibility to the park. Mike Moore is the head of this organization, and I want to commend Mike because he has dedicated all his life to put sports to all, whether you're disabled or not. So a shout to Mike Moore, and I'm pleased to do this. So whereas Inch Park, 400 Queensdale Avenue East, Hamilton, is the home of Challenger Baseball, an organization that provides sports for players with special needs. Hamilton Challenger Baseball consists of more than 190 players and 60 dedicated volunteers and offers an opportunity for those with development and physical disability to be empowered and asserted their independence through sports. Hamilton Challenger Baseball has funded improvement to Inch Park over the years, whereas in additional funding to be for the rental and cleaning of accessible portable toilets for the 2022 season is required. Therefore, be it resolved that the maximum of $1,250 of funding be allocated from Ward 7 Special Capital Reinvestment Discretionary Fund 330-2009-700 for the provision of accessible portable toilets at Inch Park, 400 Queensdale Avenue East, Hamilton, to support Hamilton Challenger Baseball 2022 season be approved, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized and direct to approve and execute requirement agreements and auxiliary documents with such terms and condition in form satisfactory to the city solicitor. And I wish you could all have been there yesterday. They're proud playing baseball, and I enjoyed every minute of it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. New seconder is?
Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. No further speakers. It's before you electronically. Councillor Powers, thumbs up.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Councillor. That passes. Next up is 11.3. Father Sean O'Sullivan Memorial Park Improvements at 1139 Green Hill Avenue in Ward 5. Councillor Powers, please introduce your motion and your seconder, please.
Thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Marula. You have the motion before you. This just shows the differential between the quotes which were obtained a while back And then when you actually go out to let the contract, the prices have gone up significantly, and therefore I need to allocate additional money in order to make it forward, to make it go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. No further speakers indicated. It's before you for electronic vote. Councillor Powers with the thumbs up. Thank you. That carries. Next up is 11.4, park improvements to Macassa Park, 701 Upper Sherman Avenue, Elmore Park, 140 Brigade Drive, Burkholder Park, 478 East 25th Street, and Peace Memorial Park at 85 East 36th Street, Ward 7. Councillor Pauls, please introduce your motion and your seconder.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson. I'm just so proud to put this motion. What I learned in my last 3.5 years, the people are passionate about road safety, make sure their kids are safe. And the second one that I could really tell you, it's about their parks, about their play structure. I had so many communities saying, can you please fix our play structure? And I told Kara Bunn, which I appreciate her so much, that that's what I want to do in my ward. I want to make sure, and this is what COVID has taught us, that people need to be outside, they need to be to beautiful parks. So it's a pleasure for me to do all these parks and make sure the citizens of Ward 7 would go there and enjoy their parks. The most exciting one is going to be Inch Park, which is going to be accessible park for everyone. So I'm putting my money where the people want it. They need these parks for their children and to enjoy life here in Hamilton. So I'm proud to put this in. Park improvements are, wherefore, the play structure of Macassa Park, 701 Sherman Avenue, Elmer Park, 140 Brigade Drive, Burkholder Park, 478 East 25th Street, and Peace Memorial Park, 85 East 36th Street, have reached the end of their life cycle. Whereas the asphalt pathway at Elmer Park would benefit from replacement, and these communities, amenity, are valuable recreation opportunities for children, youth, families within the Ward 7 neighborhood. So let it be resolved that the replacement of the existing play structure at Macassa Park, Sherman, Elmer Park, Burkholder Park, Peace Memorial Park, of the cost of $875,000, including contingency, to be funded from the Ward 7 Special Capital Reinvestment Fund. Be approved, and the existing park pathway in need of replacement at Elmer Park on Brigade be replaced at the cost of $125,000, including contingency to be funded from the Ward 7 Minor Maintenance Fund. Be approved, and the General Manager of Public Works be authorized and directed to approve and execute any and all requirement agreements and ancillary documents in form as satisfied to the city solicitor. I want to say this brings me joy to see people at the park. I go to all the parks and I just enjoy the children there. So I really need your support in this, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. $1 million investment into your parks. Congratulations. It has been moved and seconded and available for electronic vote. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers. There it is.
Thank you, everyone. We'll make Ward 7 happy.
Good work. Next up is, that carries, 11.5, which is park improvements to Dr. William Bethune Park, Allison Park, Melville Bailey Park, and Kennedy East Park in Ward 8. Councillor Danko, if you could please, your motion and seconder.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Second by Councillor Marula, if you would. Not quite $1 million, but still a significant investment. I'm just going to read the therefore be it resolved. It's fairly similar to Councillor Paul's. that replacement of the existing play structures at Dr. William Bethune Park and Allison Park and T. Melville Bailey Park at a cost of $675,000, including contingency, to be funded from the Ward 8 Special Capital Reinvestment Reserve Fund, and B, that the existing park pathways in need of replacement at Kennedy East Park be replaced at a cost of $60,000, including contingency, again, to be funded by the Ward 8 Minor Maintenance Fund, and that the GM of Public Works be authorized and directed to approve and execute any and all required agreements. Just very quickly, Madam Chairman, again, as Councillor Pauls mentioned, really appreciate the input from park staff, from Kara and her team to make these recommendations for play structures that are at the end of their life. And I recall earlier Councillor Marula mentioning that one of his achievements as the Ward 4 councillor is replacing the play structures in his ward. And I think that with this motion, we will have not replaced all of them, but replaced all of the play structures that are near or at their end of life. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Good work. Moved and seconded and available for electronic vote. Now, Councillor Powers with the thumbs up. And that carries. Yay, Parks. 11.6, installation of speed cushion as a traffic calming measure on Fletcher Road and Mistywood Drive. Councillor Pearson, please introduce your motion and your seconder.
Thank you, and my seconder is Councillor Russ Powers, please, and I'm putting this forward for our good colleague, Councillor Clark, who has worked very diligently on getting this put in place and has worked closely with staff. So this is with regards to installation of speed cushions as a traffic calming measure on Fletcher Road and Mistywood Drive, Ward 9. I'm not going to go into it all if I don't have to. I'm just going to go, therefore be it resolved. The Transportation Operations Maintenance staff be authorized and directed to install 2 speed cushions as a traffic calming measure on Fletcher Road from Rymel Road East to Blue Mountain Drive as part of the 2022 traffic calming program's fall application. B, that Transportation Operations and Maintenance staff be authorized and directed to implement the following roadway improvements on Fletcher Road and Rymel Road East to Blue Mountain Road. Small 1, widen center line, and 2, ladder crosswalk implementations. And C, that Transportation Operations and Maintenance staff be authorized and directed to install 2 speed cushions as a traffic calming measure on Mistywood Drive as part of the 2022 traffic calming program's fall application. D, that all costs associated with the installation of traffic calming measures on Fletcher Road and on Mistywood Drive be funded from the Stony Creek Compensation Royalties Terra Pure Landfill Reserve number 117036 at an upset limit, including contingency not to exceed $36,000, and E, that the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. Game moved by myself, second by Councillor Russ Powers.
Thank you. Duly moved and seconded, and votes up. Councillor Powers, thumbs up. And it carries. Next is 11.7, Mohawk Sports Park, Ray Lewis track improvements at 1100 Mohawk Road East in Ward 6. Councillor Jackson, please introduce your motion and your seconder.
Well, Chair Nan, I'd be more than willing to do that. Thank you so much. Moved by myself, seconded by the 22-year fantastic, sensational career of the Ward 4 councillor, Sam Marula, my seconder. Mohawk Sports Park, Ray Lewis track improvements, whereas Ray Lewis Track and Field Center is located in Ward 6, whereas a shade structure was installed in the spring of this year to provide overhead protection from the rain and sun, integral part of the community fitness program for seniors proposed for the Golden Horseshoe Track and Field Council to enhance outdoor fitness opportunities for the community, whereas Council previously approved the Hamilton Olympic Club and Golden Horseshoe Track and Field Council $70,000 from my Ward 6 Special Capital Reinvestment Fund, the number listed there, there for the project, whereas the Olympic Club has since received additional grants to provide for the full funding of a shade structure, and whereas finally there's an opportunity to reallocate this original 70,000 to support other improvements at Mohawk Sports Park, Ray Lewis Track and Field. Therefore, be it resolved, Chair Nan, A, the reallocation of previously approved funding in the project ID number listed there that was from the Ward 6 Special Capital Investment Fund, number listed there of 70,000, to support amenity improvements, such as now but not limited to other projects like fencing and drinking water fountain at Mohawk Sports Park be approved. B, the renaming of the project number there from Mohawk Sports Park, Bleachers Shade to Mohawk Sports Park, Ray Lewis Track and Field improvements be approved. And C, the GM of Public Works be authorized, directed, approve, execute any and all required agreements and salary documents, such terms and conditions in form satisfactory to our city solicitor. Chair Nan, this was council gave me unanimous support a few months ago through the great work of Chairman Kevin Gonsi of the Golden Horseshoe Track and Field Council, through the outstanding leadership of President Rich Gelder of the Hamilton Olympic Club. They simply needed the flexibility to use the 70,000 to improve other amenities at Ray Lewis, and staff felt to keep everything transparent and on the up and up, that we should redo this motion to provide that flexibility for them. Special thanks to Special Project Manager Andrea McDonald from Parks, seconded by Ward 4 Councillor Sam Marula. Thank you.
Thank you. No speakers, further questions or speakers. It is moved and seconded and up for electronic vote. Councillor Powers with a thumbs up. And that carries. Thank you. 11.8 is replacement of play structures at Dundurn Park, 800 York Boulevard, Hamilton Ward 1. Councillor Councillor Pauls. Thank you.
Powers and Pauls, they sound alike.
It's been all afternoon for me.
We got all the power here for the balls. Okay.
There you go.
So when I'm putting this for my colleague, Councillor Wilson, Ward 1, and when she asked me, I said, of course, I'm putting out a lot of these motions for my park. So this is, it's amazing today how we're all improving the parks and the safety for our streets. It's a great day, I think. So this is on behalf of Maureen Wilson, and I will move it and she will second it.
I will second it, no problem.
Oh, you will second it? Okay, sure. All right. Whereas the play structure at Dundurn Park, 800 York Boulevard, Hamilton, have reached the end of its life. Therefore, the community amenities and valuable recreation opportunity for children, youth, and family within the Strathcona neighborhood and the Greater Ward 1 community. Therefore, be it resolved, the replacement of the existing play structure at Dundurn Park, 800 York Street Boulevard, Hamilton, at an absolute limit of $250,000, including contingency to be funded from the Ward 1 Special Capital Reinvestment Reserve. That the general manager of the Public Works be authorized and directed, approve, and execute any or all requirement agreements and ancillary documents in a form satisfied to the city solicitor. It's a happy day today.
And moved and seconded and up for electronic vote. Councillor Powers' thumb is flexed up.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Councillor Vanderbeek, are you able to vote? Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot to press submit.
And that carries. Thank you all. Now on to notices of motion, some of which we are going to see some waiving of rules. Bear with us. A little bit more to go. 12.1 Eleanor Park Playground Improvements, 80 Perdicio Drive in Ward 6. Councillor Jackson.
Chair Nan, this is truly time sensitive because it's a project that's underway but needs additional funding because of the dreaded contractors who have come in above what was originally budgeted for. So moved by myself, seconded by Ward 4 Councillor Sam Marula to waive the rules. Please to introduce this, please.
Councillor Powers' thumb is up. Everybody else vote is in. That carries. Please proceed in introducing your motion.
Thanks, Chair Nan. Moved by myself, seconded by the Ward 4 Councillor Sam Marula, who's had a spectacular, I mentioned that earlier. Okay. Anyways, where is the play structure, park pathways, and multi-use court located at Elnor Park were originally installed in the 90s, whereas all park recreational amenities have now surpassed their useful life, whereas council previously approved 120 grand be funded from the Ward 6 Special Capital Reinvestment Fund, number listed there, for the new Jude Strickland Memorial Play Structure and safety surfacing, and whereas additional funding is required to deliver the construction project for the park amenities due to cost escalations associated with the tendering. Therefore, be it resolved A, the additional funds required due to the escalated costs during the tendering process to support the replacement of the play structure at Elnor be funded from my Ward 6 Special Capital Reinvestment Reserve Fund, number stated at an upset limit, including contingency, not to exceed an additional $29,000 be approved and added to the project ID number, Playground Life Cycle Replacement Program, number stated. B, that an additional $27,000 also to support the park pathway replacement at Elnor Park be approved and added to the project ID number noted here for park pathway resurfacing. And C, Chair Nan, that the mayor and city clerk be authorized, directed to approve, execute all required agreements, ancillary documents, such terms, condition, of form satisfactory to the city solicitor. Huge thanks to Manager Carabun for alerting my office to this unfortunate situation of the contract coming in above budget. And I said, given the magnitude of this project and the community desperately wanting this to occur in light of the wonderful memory of our little Jude Strickland, I said absolutely, and had to bring this before you today, Chair Nan, seconded by Councillor Marula. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Councillor. And it is up for electronic vote. Councillor Powers, thank you. That carries. Vice Chair Powers, if you could take the chair.
Certainly. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. Through you, introducing two notices of motion that will remain as notices. 12.2 is a contribution to the commemorative bench and tree program in honor of Ernesto Grandoni, who is a much beloved member of our community and was always there for Ward 3 residents and the adjacent community. So a memorial for him. And 12.3 is safety enhancements on Wentworth Street North in proximity to Kathy Weaver Elementary School, where a young Ward 3 resident was struck by a pickup truck and suffered many facial fractures. Thankfully, his eye was saved. And as a result of that accident, we are pursuing a safety audit, in-service safety audit in that strip of the road, and also a consideration of reducing the speed limit to the standard school zone, which is 30 kilometers per hour on what is currently a arterial road of Wentworth, which no longer functions as that. Both will remain as a notice of motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Back to you.
Thank you. I'll take back the chair. Next is 12.4, addition of clear acrylic backboards for multi-use courts at Montgomery Park at 1570 Main Street East in Ward 4. Second clear acrylic backboards to go in an outdoor court, which is excellent. Go ahead, Councillor Marula. I understand you'll be waiving the rules. Councillor Marula, are you going to unmute yourself, please?
I like it the way it is.
After 30 years, I'm sure a lot of people feel that way.
You got one more Public Works Committee. You got this. Go.
Okay. So I presume, see, I wasn't paying attention, so I apologize. So I presume that, are we on the...
You're waiving the rules for 12.4.
12.4. Okay,
The
thank you.
acrylic backboards.
Yes, indeed. So I moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Jackson, that we waive the rules regarding 12.4.
Councillor Powers' thumb is up.
Oh, I don't see the vote.
Just hang tight.
Oh, sorry.
That carries. Now please introduce your motion and your seconder.
Thank you very much. So as I go into the actual motion itself, it'll be moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Farr, and it's related to the addition of clear acrylic backboards for the multi-use courts at Montgomery Park, whereas Montgomery Park has 2 multi-use courts with basketball nets to serve the community recreation needs, and whereas improving the basketball play experience with the introduction of a set of clear acrylic backboards is desired by the community, therefore be it resolved that 1 set of clear acrylic backboards be installed at Montgomery Park, 1570 Main Street East, Hamilton, be purchased and installed through funding from the Ward 4 Reserve Fund at an upset limit, including contingency not to exceed $6,000, and B, that the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to approve and execute all required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. Just quickly, as it's been mentioned that the parks in Ward 4 East Hamilton have 0 deficiencies, including the basketball nets, but I was inspired because of the Arkells and Councillor Nan's basketball court that they unveiled the other day. For years, I've been asking for glass backboards. Apparently, we didn't have a policy for it. So now we do, and we have a pilot project in Ward 3. So I thought, what better time to actually incorporate Ward 4 into that pilot project. So now we have the glass backboards. I'm very pleased about that, and I look forward to playing at that particular court. Thanks very much for your time.
Excellent, Councillor. I know so many of the kids are going to be so excited about that. Awesome. Oh, Councillor Farr, go ahead.
Since it was mentioned, I got to thank Ron Foxcroft for donating those in the pilot area of Ward 3. He flipped the bill for those very expensive backboards. And certainly I said to him at the time, you're going to be setting a trend, and here we go. I'll be next, trust me.
Yep. Good stuff. Councillor Powers' thumb is up. Councillor Pearson's thumb is up. Thank you. And that carries. Moving on to 12.5, First Road West and Isaac Brock Drive roadway safety enhancements and traffic calming measures in Ward 9. Councillor Powers, I understand you'll be moving to waive the rules.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Pearson, that we waive the rules to allow the introduction of this motion.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Councillor Powers has indicated thumbs up. And that carries 7-0. Next up is, nope, now please introduce your motion.
Same mover and seconder on the motion. You have it before you. The rationale for it was the same as Councillor Pearson outlined in item 11.6 with the same funding stream. I'd ask for your support.
Thank you. And it's before committee. Please indicate your vote. Thumbs up from Councillor Powers. That carries 7-0. Next up is 12.6, dewatering of groundwater from the Roxborough Mixed Income 10-Year Demonstration Project to the city's wastewater collection system. Councillor Marula, please. I understand you want to waive the rules of order to allow this motion to come forward.
Indeed. Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Farr that we waive the rules in order to introduce the motion.
Councillor Powers, thumbs up. Rest of committee, the vote is before you. Councillor Pearson, thumbs up. That carries 7-0. Councillor Murillo, please introduce your motion and your seconder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Farr, whereas the Roxborough Development Group has secured participation in the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation Rental Construction Financing Initiative program designed to facilitate the construction of new rental housing that is attainable and affordable, which is supporting the Roxborough demonstration project to construct 352 affordable rental units. Whereas there is a significant time sensitivity to beginning the construction of the apartment towers that incorporate these affordable rental units. Whereas the Roxborough demonstration project has approval from the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks to construct an underground stormwater detention tank with a maximum storage volume of 2,000 cubic meters, whereas the groundwater levels in the area will impact the future operation, serviceability, and maintenance of the underground stormwater detention tank. Whereas the Roxborough Development Group plans to remove groundwater from the property in order to sustain the future operation of the stormwater detention tank. A retention tank, whereas the city sewer use bylaw 14090 permits the discharge of groundwater to the city sewer works, provided that the discharge complies with the valid sewer discharge permit. Whereas the Roxborough demonstration project will result in a net benefit to wet weather flow discharged to the city's combined sewer system. Therefore, be it resolved that the General Manager, Public Works, or designate be directed to approve a sewer discharge permit for the discharge of groundwater from the Roxborough demonstration project to the city sewer works on Queenston Road, subject to the following conditions. 1, the Roxborough Development Group will procure, construct, install, and always operate a treatment system for the groundwater that will reduce the concentrations of any contaminants in the groundwater below the parameter limits listed in Schedule B to the City Bylaw 14090. The Roxborough Development Group will install and maintain measurement and monitoring devices as required by the city for the ongoing measurement of the groundwater quantities that are discharged to the city sewer works. The Roxborough Development Group will collect treated groundwater samples at a frequency specified by the city to be analyzed by an accredited laboratory for the chemical constituents required by the city in order to demonstrate compliance with Schedule B to City Bylaw 14090. The Roxborough Development Group will provide records of groundwater volumes discharged to the city sewer works at a frequency stipulated by the city. The Roxborough Development Group will provide records of analysis of treated groundwater to the city at a frequency stipulated by the city. The Roxborough Development Group will pay all permit and treatment costs to the city related to the groundwater discharge at the frequency specified by the city. The Roxborough Development Group will implement measurements to reduce or eliminate the quantity of groundwater is discharged to the city's sewer works during periods where there is snow melt or when a wet weather is expected with anticipated rainfall accumulation of 10 millimeters or greater. The Roxborough Development Group will establish a surcharge contingency plan should the discharge of groundwater volumes exceeding 0.4 liters per second be required, or should the city advise that the discharge of groundwater must be reduced or eliminated. At any point, should the volume of groundwater be discharged meet or exceed a threshold of 50,000 liters per day, the Roxborough Development Group will apply to the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks for a permit to take water in accordance with the requirements of the Ontario Water Resources Act. That the Roxborough Development Group prepare and implement the recommendation of slope stability analysis, settlement analysis, monitoring plan contingency plans and remedial action plans due to permanent dewatering to the satisfaction of the Director of Growth Management in accordance with any peer review of the study complete by the city. Costs for a city peer review will be recovered from the Roxborough Development Group if required. That the Roxborough Development Group enter into and register a site plan agreement with the city to address all related issues to the satisfaction of the manager of development approvals. And if just briefly, Madam Chair, many thanks for allowing this to move forward. We are really at the 11th hour of this term, and we're finally closing this particular agreement with Roxborough on many fronts. Yesterday was the planning front, today is the public works front. But I do need to emphasize something that is really interesting because we have come full circle. When this particular project started in 2015, and the school board decided to close down Roxborough School, we were given a problem, a presenting problem, and one that we aggressively pursued with multiple opportunities and developers to see what could be done to ensure that we reversed what was the ghettoization from an income perspective in the McQuestion neighborhood. So unlike other areas where, for instance, we had to fight to get affordable housing or geared to income housing in, with Endwell as an example, where we had an outcry from the community when I was supporting housing, or a number of us were supporting housing when it wasn't cool. You could actually lose an election for supporting affordable housing just 15 years ago. And that's an actual true story. But having said that, with the Roxborough development, we actually set the affordable aspect higher in order to try to find some balance between the geared to income and market. So this is a complete reversal of other areas. So it's important to recognize that this project was intended to try to reverse the income ghettoization of McQuestion. That's a key factor because yesterday or the other day when we were just speaking about Councillor Farr's project and defining affordable housing and geared to income as an example, or geared to income versus affordable housing, in this particular case, we were looking for a higher threshold in order to find a balance in that neighborhood and remove the stigmatization as well as the ghettoization from an income perspective in that neighborhood. And I do want to serve notice that before I depart after 22 years, I will be bringing forward a motion about Oriole Crescent, because that's a heck of an opportunity we're sitting on there where we can build up as well as out and house thousands of people. So heads up on that notice of motion. And I think that's about it. So it's a mixed use neighborhood, one that will change the face of not only that neighborhood, by extension. We have about a 5-kilometer radius of impact here. And I know the businesses, the residents, and the property values all love this development. But keep in mind, it started at a time when we were looking at reversing a concentration of geared to income by bringing in people with disposable income. And that we've come a long way, folks, to imagine that when this started, we were trying to reverse too much geared to income. And now we're at a place where we're looking for more of it. So thanks very much. And I look forward to your support. Thank you.
Thank you. And first up is Councillor Danko, then Councillor Farr, speakers list.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I appreciate the explanation from the ward councillor and also from the proponents. Just a couple technical questions from me for staff. So I understand that there's already a stormwater detention tank that's 2,000 cubic meters on site. Just so I'm clear, the stormwater that accumulates in that tank is then discharged to the combined sewer. Am I correct?
So through you, Madam Chair, Nick Winters, Acting Director for the Hamilton Water Division. The detention tank is yet to be constructed, just for sake of accuracy. When it is constructed and operational, the stormwater from this development area will be held within that tank during storms, and it'll be discharged at a controlled flow rate into that combined sewer on Queenston Road, yes.
Thank you. So the stormwater management tank controls the peak flow, and then it's, as you said, it's controlled discharge into the combined system. So ultimately, it does end up in the combined system. There's a number of provisions in this motion about contamination of the groundwater. Groundwater is usually quite clean. Is there any reason to suspect contamination?
So through you, Madam Chair, based on the preliminary water quality sample results we've seen for the groundwater, there isn't. There is a high sulfates concentration. And in order for that groundwater to be discharged to the city sewer, the property owners or the proponents here in this case will have to treat it for sulfates before it's able to be discharged. So we refer in the motion to the appropriate schedule in the bylaw. There is still some work to be done there.
Sulfates is salt?
It's sulfur compounds.
Okay. There's a provision that in times of wet weather, snow, rainfall greater than 10 millimeters, that they would have to reduce or eliminate the discharge of groundwater. Usually groundwater inflow is steady, so how would they do that?
So through you, Madam Chair, that's a detail that'll need to be figured out. This is a process that's moving on in accelerated timeframes as a result of the funding provisions related to building the affordable housing on this development. So that's why you're seeing this motion come to you in this way. A lot of these issues, had we followed our normal processes with staff, we would have worked out over time. But in this instance, this is going to give the development the assurances they need to move forward while we work out some of the details in the background. So it is a little bit backwards. But there may be the requirement for the construction of a secondary retention tank or detention tank, related to groundwater. Depending upon the characteristics of the groundwater table and aquifer in that area, there may be the potential that the groundwater discharge can simply be turned off during periods of wet weather, and those are things that still remain to be explored.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is on the my understanding is the structural design of the components are requiring the discharge or the elimination of the the dewatering of groundwater because otherwise you'd have a hydrostatic pressure accumulation on the exterior. So you can never not dewater groundwater. And one of the requirements is that if they hit the 50,000 liters per day, they would then be required to have a provincial permit to take water. Is there any reason to think that they would hit that threshold? And if the province didn't issue a permit to take water, if they had any problems getting a permit to take water, then they would be in kind of like a situation where they have to dewater to maintain the structural integrity, but would be in a regulatory problem with the province.
So through you, Madam Chair, the provision that you see in the notice of motion there is a standard provision within the city's sewer use bylaw. We've repeated it there. Based on the preliminary data we've seen related to this development, they anticipate the groundwater discharge to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 33,000 liters per day, so below that threshold. Some of that science can be variable. So it's really once they start discharging and we see some flow, volumetric flow measurements, we'll really know what that discharge is going to look like from a volume perspective. Should a permit to take water be required from the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, I don't anticipate that's going to be a significant barrier. It's not something that the MECP is typically very restrictive on in situations like this.
Thank you. And so I said that was my final question, but I do have one follow-up, is that from their preliminary geotech data that they have now, is there any reason to think that they might run into an aquifer where there would be significantly higher volumes of groundwater?
So through you, Madam Chair, based on what we've seen to date, no, we don't suspect that that's going to be the case.
Okay, Thank you. Really appreciate that. And those are all the questions I had.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Farr.
Yep, thank you. Appreciate the previous questions and particularly highlighting, in my mind, staff who understand and appreciate, the reason for us moving forward on this here today, waiving the rules and getting at what Nick Winters has described, Madam Chair, and I'm sure you agree, really important affordable housing project. The reality is, Councillor Marula has been leading on this file in this and other locations for a long, long time. And the mover in my first year on council and his 13th, he and I took a visit to Regent Park in Toronto. And I think I can safely say that both of us at that time saw a true potential for areas in our wards and in our city, by extension, to get out of ghettoization and to create complete communities. It's just a healthier environment all around, and especially for the kids. Regent Park was an eye-opener for me, and it was an inspiration for both myself and Sam. Sam's beat me to it, but as you know, we're very much involved, as well as City Housing Hamilton with Sam on this particular project and the proponents with this mixed income community, with private public partnership agreements as one mechanism in making affordability happen. But I think the most important one since that tour so many years ago, in creating communities that are mixed in income and vibrant in the end, the way I think housing should be. Also, it should be noted that another strong voice for another major consideration and project here in this city, which is the LRT, in the good councillor, the outgoing councillor, the retiring councillor. We can already see if we go to the neighborhoods we're debating on and talking about here, understand their past and see their future. We can see the future already in terms of the City Housing Hamilton building. The frame is up, the building is near done. People will be moving in the coming months. And so that important aspect, the affordability aspect from the City Housing Hamilton side of the partnership, is the very first reality that's coming into play in this massive, important, transformational project that the good councillor has made possible in this historic and wonderful section of Hamilton, and right there at an LRT stop, another example of affordability, which I know we already have tons and tons of examples of, and we'll have even more in the near future. So I just want to commend Councillor Marula. That was one of many great road trips I've had with you, and I expect to have many more in the future. But this is just a fabulous project, and I really appreciate that Nick Winters, in his explanations to the previous questions, recognizes that, and the good public works staff as well, who have been thinking outside the box on this file, and appreciate the importance of, as Sam would say, keep moving, folks.
A road trip, no less than a sweet ride, I'm sure. And thank you for the motion, Councillor. It covers off the regulatory requirements and in terms of keeping with the approvals that are necessary. And thank you for bringing forward such a comprehensive way to move forward and get this project done within the tight timeframes of the CMHC funding. Okay, it's moved and seconded.
Oh, sorry, that would be, it was remiss of me not to thank Nick Winters as well as Carlisle Con. They've been tremendous in trying, as you know, this has been a moving part for some time, and it's just finally landed, and I'm just glad it has. So thanks very much to all, and thanks.
Thank you. Okay, it's up for electronic vote. Thanks to staff in the background, and it is thumbs up, double thumbs up from Councillor Powers. Still counts as one vote. Okay, 7-0. That's the last notice of motion. We still have, what? There's 3 walk-on notices of motion. Okay, ready? You guys paying attention? All right. The question is, are there any other notices of motion? The answer was yes from the chambers. Councillor Danko.
Thank you. I know it's 5:40. I have 3 notices of motion, which will remain notices of motion. The first one is $250,000 from the Ward 8 Area Rating Reserve to relocate the garbage disposal bins at 45 Montcalm. The second is $515,000 from the Ward 8 Area Rating Reserve Funds for the Gorley Park splash pad and associated works. And the third one is $600,000 from the Ward 8 $600,000 from the Canada Community Building Fund for the Ward 8 Complete Streets Phase 2 traffic calming installations. And those will remain notices, and I will bring those forward at the next Public Works meeting in August. Thank you.
The last Public Works meeting in August. Thank you for keeping them as notices of motion. General information, other business. No other business colleagues want to raise? Seeing none, moving on to the amendments to the outstanding business list, 13.1. Please have a mover and seconder to approve the amendments on the OBL. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Powers. Thank you both. Electronic vote, please. Last chance, no further general information, colleagues. Okay, got it. That carried 7-0. Moving on to private and confidential. Members of committee, do you wish to move into closed session on this report? It is the standardization of enterprise asset management system phase 3 amendment, PW report 19035C. Councillor Marula.
I'm good. I'll move it out of camera if you like.
Okay, there we go. Moved by yourself, seconded by Councillor Jackson. Thumbs up by Councillor Powers. Votes before you electronically. 14.1 is carried. Next up, finally, may I please have a mover and seconder to adjourn this long meeting? Councillor Marula and Councillor Pearson, thank you both. Please vote before you leave. Thank you to all the staff and all your preparation behind the scenes for all the supporting documents and reports and recommendations that came to this committee, as well as clerks for keeping it all together. Thank you.
Dynamite leadership, Chair Nan.